There we go. All right. So I just sent the message on my Discord server that I'm streaming right now. Daniel is the first one here. Says, "What's up? Welcome to the stream, Daniel." Yeah, I decided if I wanted to make a thumbnail or a video, a thumbnail and a title that would try to bring in as many people as I can, I thought, why don't I just send a message that my lazy side doesn't want to hear? And I thought if I use that for the title and for the thumbnail and hopefully don't get sued by fucking Nike for that goddamn thumbnail, I thought, well, maybe it'll get people to come in. Grayscale, welcome. Let's see, I need to be able to put the chat room into OBS so I can read them, so I don't need to have the YouTube dashboard open. Click on play. There we go. Now we are fully ready to go. Blue Mist, welcome. Welcome to the stream, Blue Mist. So I had ideas to play some games, but I don't really have much available to me at the moment. All I've got is just I've got the wrestling game, I've got the basketball game. Grayscale says, "I've been watching your videos for 4 to 5 months now. Haven't been able to make it to any of the streams until now. Congratulations." You finally made it. So did anybody here watch episode 4 of Daredevil Born Again? Because that was probably the best episode so far. Because I just constantly kept making excuses in my head as to why not to make content. Because you'll notice there's a few stretches at a time. But then when I thought about it, the one trick I use in my head to actually create a thumbnail and hit the start streaming button on OBS, the one thing I tell myself is, so what? And what I mean by that is I keep thinking, oh, I'm not good at this. I'm not good enough. I'm going to put in all this effort and less than 1,000 people are going to watch this. What's the point? But I learned something very important. It's not about setting a goal or setting expectations for a certain outcome on number of views. I learned that it's all about the systems you use. So if you wake up, like pretty much there's this thing I learned called habit stacking. So I told myself, as soon as I wake up, I'm going to meditate, and then I'm going to take my hair loss pill, and then I'm going to take a shower, and then after I take a shower, I'm going to start live streaming. And you just stick to those steps no matter what. And I find that's a good way to help get something done, because for the longest time, I used to tell myself I'm not good enough at this. Like today, yesterday, I kept telling myself that, but then I learned the only way to push through it is actually keep making shit. Even if you think it sucks, the only way to get better is if this becomes a routine. Well, that's not how my name is spelled, hi bye. It's Jaron. It's so funny because lots of people think my name is a lot more complicated than it is. It's just simply Aaron, but with a J, and that's it. But Hi, bye. That's a creative username. Yeah, my day's going all right so far. How's your day going? Yes, exactly. Hi, bye. Exactly like that spelling. Yes. But I understand though, because my name is very unusual. Anytime I see another person named Jaren, it makes me feel like I'm entering some kind of alternate universe or something. Like, it felt so weird to me the first time I ever saw was watching the Memphis Grizzlies, and and one of the players on the team, his name is Jaren Jackson Jr., and that really freaked me out for a second because I never see anyone with the same name as me, hardly ever. So whenever it does happen, it starts to feel like, oh shit, I never knew there would be anyone else with my same name. His name is spelled differently because on the guy on the Grizzlies, his name is spelled Jaren, if I'm not mistaken. But no way I would ever play him on one-on-one. Or maybe I would just to see how I would hold up, because I can't play ball for shit. All I can do is practice my free throws and then run, catch the ball, try to shoot again, see how many shots in a row I can make, and then after doing that for 20 or 30 minutes, I'm completely exhausted and I need to start drinking some Gatorade to feel better about myself. Smiling Turtle is on minoxidil. He says it's going pretty well. How about you? Well, I'm sure you could see it from the from hopefully you can see compared to last year, but I've been taking minoxidil now for I'm on the third month of I'm taking a super capsule. So in like one pill, it's a combination of minoxidil and finasteride and vitamin D all in one pill. And so I much prefer that method instead of what I thought I would have to do is like using that topical treatment, because I don't like the feeling of having oil in my hair, because I already struggle enough with dealing with seborrheic dermatitis, just constant dandruff, constant itchy scalp. Um, so yeah. I've been because I didn't even realize how bad it was until I looked at some old pictures. Like, I could just show you right now. Like, give me one example. Let's see. Let's load this up here. Let's go here, and then there we go. All right. If we go here, we go to my channel. There was a video I made with Mo when I was at his place. Let's see here. Oh shit, I think it was that first one right there. Yeah. Take a look at this. Like, if you see, and I've got the fucking Colonel Sanders goatee right there, but if you take a look at this, like all this like emptiness that you see right here in the middle, and then you take that and compare that to me. Actually, hang on, give me 1 second. I don't know. Oh, this is going to be tough. I don't know how to. Let's see here. If I. Yeah, like, I don't know if you could see that or not. But you can kind of see the difference today. Like, this is me now, and that was me. And when was that video done? That was 6 months ago, September 2024. Oh, you look at me back then, and you see me now. It's kind of shocking And it's so crazy because my aunt said, stop listening to those people. Because I live with my aunt. She says, stop listening to those people. You're not bald. They're just bullying you. And then she said, Jaron, why is your hair thicker? Then I said, because I've been taking those fucking, I've been taking those magic Popeye spinach pills for 3 months. So, yeah. Yeah, it's all coming back, and I'm grateful for that. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't bald, I was balding. Could you, let's just, you know what would be funny though? Like, could you imagine if people like, could you imagine if people like, what would you call it? Like, and hopefully, like, this is still the beginning, or like the 3 months. So hopefully, in the next 3 months, my hair can get thicker to the way it was when I was a child. Because my hair was much thicker, like my dad, when I was a child. And then once I started hitting puberty, my actual hair my hair texture went from thick to fine, and then the last couple of years it was called very fine. And so now I'm just glad that everything's back here. So yeah, that's your before and current after like 3 months of taking hair loss pills. Before, on the left side, and right now. So anyways, that was that. Now, how do I fix this? Let's go here, and yep. Now I can't put it there. That's covering up my thing, the chat room. I guess I'll just leave it up at the top. There we go. Don't bite your tongue. Welcome. The Grizzla, Smiling Turtle. Yeah, it is a night and day difference. Definitely. Not at the moment, Grayscale. Gross is saying hair looking good. Thanks. I mean, I am completely dead broke right now. And the thing that fucking sucks is if I were to start doing any kind of exercising, I don't like touching the ground here. I would definitely need to buy one of those, I don't know what you would call it, like one of those yoga mats, or I don't know. I don't think it would be a yoga mat or something, but it's like, because this is like an all linoleum floor. Like, it's completely dirty here. But, all right, we got 15 people in here. That's good to see. Have I tried taking care of my hair? I mean, that's what I've been talking about the last 5 minutes. I've been taking the hair loss pills. I've been making sure to try to use higher quality shampoo and conditioners, and at least from what I can tell, it seems to be helping out a lot. Now, of course, I don't have the money to spend for all that expensive fucking shampoo and conditioner. That's like $30 or $40, but Right now, the one that I've got feels all right. How does it feel to have a video with 1 million views? It is both a blessing and a curse all at the same time. A blessing because my regular videos that I make are getting a shit ton more views than they used to. Because before, if I made a video, like in the past, I remember in 2017 when Injustice 2 came out, I was playing the beta for Injustice 2, the DC fighting game made by the people that make Mortal Kombat. And I remember I was lucky if I even had fucking 5 viewers. But now, when it's just me doing nothing, simply just talking to the camera, I'm getting 17 current live viewers, but then eventually, towards the end of the stream, I'll have almost 100 or 200 views. So I'm happy about that. But the one thing, but when I mention having a video with 1 million views is a curse, is when that happens, when you get a video on YouTube with 1 million views, the YouTube algorithm seems to lock your channel into only getting a shit ton of views when you make videos related to that exact same subject that you got 1 million views for. And the thing that I hate now is only things that could even be interpreted as dating content or fucking self-help content. Those are the only things where when I make them, they immediately get 100 views like so fucking fast. And then that eventually turns into those types of videos getting almost 1,000 views overnight. But the reason why I keep saying my videos are about entertainment, they're about me talking, being like John Campia or the Real Rejects, talking about movies and TV, video games, and music, is because all that stuff those are the things that I'm passionate about. Those are the things where I like to talk about it like I'm like Stephen A. Smith for those subjects. That's what I wanted to be. And if there's any of you that are the same age as me, you might remember there was a TV channel on cable called G4. And when I was younger, that's what I always wanted to be. I wanted to be a host on G4. I wanted to be a person. I wanted to be the person like Adam Sessler or Morgan Webb or Kevin Pereira or Olivia Munn or those people where, well, Olivia Munn has become mainstream now, but other than that, I mean, I just wanted to be a person that talks about video games. But that TV channel G4 was so far ahead of its time because G4 was pretty much like how gaming coverage is on YouTube. That was going on like 2003, 2004, 2005. But now it seems like that field has become so fucking oversaturated now. That it almost, I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it almost feels impossible to get a ton of views on that. But I'm just glad I'm at the point where I'm at now, because yes, it can be annoying seeing all those goddamn comments saying, yeah, well, and you know, this is always my impression of people typing comments. You know, say, do you have a girlfriend now? Do you have a girlfriend now? Do you have a girlfriend now? Did you start going to the gym? Do you have a girlfriend now? Do you have a girlfriend now? Did you start going to the gym? Like, I'm like, for fuck's sakes. That was 3 goddamn years ago. But I get it. It is the way things are, because that video is how, unfortunately, the majority of the people got their first impression of me. And I just want people to know that guy that you saw in that goddamn video 3 years ago, that's not me today. Like, I like, it still annoys me how I still get, and it how that is still regularly, like, it gets almost 1,000 views or some shit like that almost every day, and everything that and the shit I want to be known for, it's like it gets, like, I would spend 5 hours, literally 5 hours, editing that Daredevil Born Again review, and that gets less than fucking, or maybe it's at 200 views now, but that gets less than 200 views because that's the shit I want to make. I don't want to make videos talking about dating, you know? And if I do legitimately go through a depressive episode and I want to talk about my experience because so that other people can learn from what I went through and, you know, see how it applies to them, use the methods, the techniques to overcome it. I just hate that it's only when I'm being portrayed in something that can be interpreted as negative, that's the only time I get a spotlight shining on me. And yet me right now, when I'm just calm, this is what I would say is my normal self right now. No one fucking watches. Or not no one watches, but it's just the unfortunate thing is, like, the audience I'm getting comes from a subgenre of YouTube that I never intended to be my audience. Like all these fucking, and I know that not every single person that goes to the gym is this kind of guy, but it's kind of shocking how many of those people that leave comments fit that stereotype of this job. Just go to the gym, bro. Just go to the fucking gym, bro. Those people, like, I can't fucking stand people that leave comments like that because they're completely ignoring whatever the fuck I just talked about. It's so clear those are obviously the people that never actually watch the fucking content, and they don't leave something to, like, it's so easy how much, I mean, to quote John Cena, how it's so funny how much I could pick those people out in a crowd. Yeah, Don't Bite Your Tongue says you should be a host on G4. Well, if I was born a bit earlier, I could have been. Yeah, seriously, like Adam Sessler, Morgan Webb, Kevin Pereira, those people are some of my heroes. Let's see. Russell says The Last of Us Season 2 watch. Well, the thing with that is, based off of my Daredevil reviews, no one, and when I say no one, I'm trying to say, like, not enough people are watching that to justify the hours of work I put into it. So I don't know if TV reviews are the thing that I should continue, but I seem to do a bit better when it comes to me talking about video game news, so I would definitely want to continue that path. Let's see here. Yes, Matt Bethel, welcome to the stream. Grayscale is all right. Yep. Yeah, Russell says that video brought me to your channel. You've grown. Why not just delete? Okay, Sid Hearth brings up a very, very, very good point. Sid Hearth said, why not just delete that video if you don't want to be known for it? I will tell you why I leave that video up, all right? And I have to be very careful about the words I use so that you know, YouTube doesn't fucking demonetize this, but someone made a video about sorry. Shit, what were we talking about? Oh shit. Oh yeah. Why not just delete that viral video? Because I received a message. I forgot how many months ago it was, but I received a message on Instagram from a guy that said, your video stopped me from how do I avoid YouTube's bots here? He said that video stopped him from unaliving himself. So that video saved a human being's life, and so I leave it up there. That's why. That's why I leave that video up, Sid Hearth. Let's see, Grayscale says the video about not having a girlfriend was so popular because it was relatable. Sure, I totally get that. Totally get that. The video got me into your channel, but also, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. That video got me into your channel, but also made me more interested in your other content. Thank you. Yes, that is what at first I thought was originally going to happen, is that more people with your mindset would be like that. It's like, oh, well, I wonder what this guy is like when he's not depressed. I wonder what this guy is like after he realizes your relationship status shouldn't dictate your emotional state of being. What is this guy gonna be like after that? And so, thank you, Grayscale. I appreciate that. Guru Breed says, I think more people relate to you than you think. Russell said the video is growing the channel, but at a cost. I agree. Grayscale says, have you been watching? No, see, that's the thing. So many people keep talking about that. Invincible. It's like, I just don't have a goddamn Amazon Prime account. But, I mean, Invincible is absolutely on the to-do list, because you're like the 4th or 5th person. So if like 4 or 5 people are telling me about it, and that's like, I'm aware of Invincible, I know about it. I've seen, like, I haven't finished season 1. It's been like maybe a year ago, the last time I watched it. Shit, I think episode 3 of season 1 was the last episode of Invincible that I watched. Puff Puff, welcome. Is this just a chatting stream, or are you gaming, or I don't know what you mean by going IRL. I don't know. Don't Bite Your Tongue says, it's crazy how any video you make, you have to be prepared for that to be the big thing and your identity. Did you expect it to get attention? Like, no. And you know, I think that's probably why it got 1 million views, because, you know, I'm into spirituality, and not religion, but I mean spirituality, where I just, you know, where I'm into meditation, I'm into like learning about stuff like the law of attraction, and there was always this paradox of the less you care, the more you get attention. So it's like, when I was recording that video, it was just a regular vlog update video, like what I would normally do before. Like, I just turned on the camera, like in between Uber passengers, and I just parked at the movie theater where I go to before, and all I did was, I just didn't speak. I mean, sorry, I just didn't care. I gave 0 fucks. And I was going to let everything, all the thoughts that were in my brain, because I was going through a rough time And you could kind of tell from the beginning of that video, like when you watched the beginning of it, you could see I was in a bad mood already, but I thought that was my normal state of mind. I just thought, oh, it's a normal day. But when it's like you don't realize when you're in the middle of something until you're removed from it several, at my point, 3 years later, and then you look at it like, oh, god damn, I didn't know that's how I appeared to other people. I didn't know. And so now it's so funny because you see all these fucking comments from people that say, oh, he's never going to change. He's never going to change. And I remember I replied to one of the big mistake, by the way, but never, like, I learned that from Joe Rogan. Never look at comments talking shit about you. Or if you see one, you ignore it and you move on. Like, the best way to look at it is when it's the same way like those famous people that are doing the mean tweets on Jimmy Kimmel. I like to look at it the exact same way. It's like they just brush it off, they laugh it off. And at first it's tough because, of course, I'm human. It's like there's much bigger of a chance that when you see someone talking shit, you can feel, at least in my case, I don't know if anyone else is like this, but whenever I see a shit ton of people attacking me, talking shit about me, making assumptions about who I am, and trying to just pretty much defame my, or no, not that's, what's the word I'm looking for? People trying to do a complete defamation of my character just because they saw like a 20-minute video that got 1 million views and they think everything of that's who this person is. When I saw that, I just kept thinking to myself, like, damn. Okay, I'm losing my train of thought. What the fuck was I talking about? Oh, yeah. When you see people talking shit like that, yes, you are gonna feel hurt. I mean, it's impossible to not feel hurt because that's only making you question who you are. When you see when you read all those fucking shitty comments, there's so many people. Like, but then I also learned another thing from Louis C.K. where he said, when you see people talking shit, he said, it's just talk. Like, that's all it is. The only reason why you feel like it has more power over you is because you're actually seeing it almost being recorded. Like, there's so many people, like, I don't know, let's take a giant city like New York, for example. Do you have any idea how many people talk shit to each other in New York? Or maybe that's just the stereotype, because I've never been. I would love to visit New York someday. Or maybe if I'm even rich enough, I would love to live there for a year just to know how it feels like to feel that energy. But imagine if every stereotypical shit-talking New Yorker had typed down everything they wrote and put it all on a certain video. Just think about that for 1 second. And if that's the only thing you were reading, of course you would go fucking insane. Who wouldn't? But you gotta do what Joe Rogan says. Ignore it. And it takes practice to ignore shit. It really does. It takes a shit ton of practice to ignore shit. But it's kind of like, you know, when you were a kid and you had to learn how to tie your shoes and you were very slow at it, but now it's just burned into your subconscious. Like, I can tie my fucking shoes on without even thinking twice about it. It's just like that. Just like you take a shower without thinking about it. You can chew food without thinking about it. You can look. Oh my God. We have 41 live viewers right now. Holy shit. Like I said, guys, remember, I probably won't do it in the middle of this stream because we've got some good momentum going right now. But I always said, when I get to 61 viewers, I will I will do one match of an online multiplayer game. Now, to be fair, I don't know exactly what game I would be playing. Probably something like the games I own, like WWE or NBA, but I wonder if any people there would actually stick around to watch that. Because it's crazy, because like in 2023, when my channel first started gaining traction, when I first started blowing up, I say blowing up in like, but for my standards, I started to get so many videos. I'm sorry, I started to get 40 viewers, 35 viewers. I started to get all of that when I watched, when I started playing The Last of Us on stream. Like, The Last of Us, I think, was the first game I started to play on the stream, like, since I started to get a lot more views. And I was so stunned. But now, but I think it's because I lost momentum. Because the problem was, I started Uber driving, and then I just completely stopped uploading content, uploading or live streaming. And I would only do it every once in a while. But now I'm learning I gotta strike a balance, because I'm not Uber driving right now. I mean, if there's anybody new here, I only started doing that. Like, I stopped doing that in December because of some bullshit with Hertz. It's a long story. I'm not going to get into it all over again. But pretty much, I have had no car, which also means any income I did have from Uber is completely gone. So now I'm just trying to make sure, like, anytime I told myself I'm not going to do this anymore, I always said, just stop. I mean, just start. Fucking hell. Just start. Let me see here. Man, there's a lot of messages I didn't watch. Man. All right. Gross is saying, I will admit I don't watch your content after subbing due to that video, but I do come by now and then because I'm interested in you as a person, and I'm glad you've grown so much. Thank you. Thank you, Gross. I appreciate that. Penku's here. Welcome. Oh, he just watches Invincible pirated. Rum Ham. You know, it's like anytime I see the words Rum Ham, I want to try to do a Danny DeVito impression. Rum Ham! You know, that's kind of how he says it. Where's my Rum Ham, Mac? Where is it? What happened to it? I don't know. That doesn't really sound too much like DeVito. But, yes, I am an Asian American. I am half Filipino and half, from my dad's side, his ancestors, because, you know, my dad's American, but the ancestry on my dad's side is German and Swedish. So, yeah, so I'm German, Swedish, Filipino. That's my ethnicity. Or I don't know if it's ethnicity, but, or ancestry or heritage, or that's my background. Russell says, not giving a fuck can be very powerful. You built a community. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Russell. I appreciate that. RJW says, you've clearly proved those guys wrong. Well done, Jaren. Thank you. Don't bite your tongue. Says, what if you were lying the whole time and you had a bunch of girlfriends? Just kidding. We love your openness and honesty. I appreciate that. Apollonius says, I bet he's had a girlfriend by now. It's an old vid. No, I haven't, and it doesn't matter. You can only laugh it off from it's so funny. This person's name is P Poo Poo. Says, You can only laugh it off. From where I work construction, I learn very fast to go with the shit talking. And yes, that's the thing. That's a huge thing I'm learning a lot. Is when you see people shit talking, you joke with it. That's a big thing I'm learning about communication, is learning to not be so fucking agreeable all the time. So if there's, like, I used to be so afraid of it. And then I watched a video of this guy where there was this guy angrily talking shit to him, and the way that he was able to diffuse it and eventually turn it around and actually start joking with the guy, it's like, that felt like someone would fucking, like that felt like a goddamn superpower. Yeah, because I just saw this video randomly from this guy, Owen Cook, and he apparently has been doing, like, teaching about communication for a long fucking time, but he eventually was talking about this system of how to never run out of things to say, and that is, I always felt like that has been my biggest weakness when it comes to communication, is there's so many times I'll lose my train of thought, and then I just keep forgetting about everything. Like right now, I'm currently not thinking about what the next word is going to be, but I'm just keep rolling with the flow, and eventually it'll turn into something. But I was so impressed with that Owen guy, the way he was able to go talk to a homeless person on Venice Beach, and then a second homeless person starts yelling and screaming at him, and then he was able to, like, tone it down, diffuse it, because that's the thing, is before, if someone just out of the gate just starts walking up to me and just starts yelling at me, I would immediately start yelling back. But then I learned, no, that's not it. You meet them where they are. Meet the person where they are, find your common ground, and then the two of you can start speaking to each other like human beings. Let's see, man, I'm missing out on a lot of shit here. No. Mookie, hang on. Okay, so your name's Mookie, but I still find it hilarious that you write the words pee-pee poo-poo in there. It says, true, it sucks, us men have to, because we can be really sensitive too, but we're not allowed to express it. No. See, what you're saying there, Mookie, is you saying we're not allowed to express it. No. That's just your point of view. That you thinking you're not allowed to express how you feel is just a story that you keep telling yourself. That's just a construct of your mind. Like, you have to give yourself permission to not give a fuck about what the rest of what the response is going to be. And that is the lesson that I am currently learning right now. Like, I used to think, if I don't do anything, if I stop talking, no one is going to give a shit. I mean, sorry. Let me back that up. Because I used to think that if I start paying attention, I start, like, putting really closely what the hell I'm going to start talking about, if that's when everything falls apart. But right now, I had no plans. I had no idea on, oh God, allergies are coming back. I had no idea. I had no clue what the hell I was going to do, what I was going to talk about. But then all of a sudden, I just start reacting. And it's almost like, the best way I can describe it is, it's kind of like one of those old wind-up dolls. Or the best way I like to think about it is the way Robin Williams would get treated when he was a guest on a talk show. You just wind him up and let him go. And that's the way I'm figuring it out for myself right now. Grayscale says, oh, you would watch me play WWE? Cool. Poppy Chulo says, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Mookie says, failure is the most powerful tool to set stuff into muscle memory. Dr. Huberman, yes, I've seen a few of his episodes. I learned how powerful failure is. It's what allows me to learn so fast. Introduce Failure on purpose. That's a really good way to look at it. Failure on purpose. Because I'm still trying to get away from my identity as the guy, like, in all throughout, like, elementary, middle school, high school. I used to pride myself, and I used to have such a giant stick up my ass about how I'm the kid that gets good grades and I never get in trouble. But really, all that meant was anytime some kid in school tried to, talk shit to me, I wouldn't have enough of a backbone to just, like, let it go. I would immediately start yelling at him. And then all of a sudden, that was a conflict with what my identity was as the kid who doesn't get into trouble. Because it's like a kid who doesn't get into trouble wouldn't do that, but then it just felt like an automatic reflex. Like, someone's angry towards me, I immediately start getting angry towards them. But that is an awful way to live, and I'm just glad that I learned how to let go of all of that shit at 28. Because it's so crazy, though, because it was all during that was 2022 when I made that viral video. That entire time, but the thing is, it didn't become viral until 2023. But 2022 was the, like, fall. I remember I recorded that viral video in February 2022. And then I started to meditate for the first time, started to learn about the law of attraction, started to learn about visualization in October 2023. October 2022. All within that same time period, all within that same year. And so once all that started happening, I've learned how to be a much calmer person, but there are still moments where I still get mad, I still get upset, I still get depressed, I still get angry. But one of the biggest things I learned, and this comes from Dr. Joe Dispenza, is he said, you cannot change, or you cannot change into the better person that you want to be until you can start thinking greater than how you feel. Like those caveman emotions, like the automatic response where you're stuck in traffic, someone gives you the middle finger and you just want to give them the middle finger back. It's like, I would do that all the fucking time. And, based off of Texas pickup truck drivers, it's kind of a miracle that I didn't get the K word. Or because, the way YouTube censorship is, it's kind of a miracle that I didn't get MURDED. It's kind of a miracle that didn't happen to me based off of the way these fucking Texas pickup truck. It's always a pickup truck that always wants to start shit with me. But now I learned, don't take it so personally, because this is how they treat everyone else on the road. So just let it go. That's what I learned. Someone's honking at you, let them honk. Doesn't matter. If they start parking to the side of you and rolling down their window to start you screaming and yelling at you, even though you've done absolutely fucking nothing wrong, let them talk their shit. Let them get exhausted off their own ego, and then let them drive away. Because I would have wanted to start chasing him and then park and start screaming. But you know what that is? That's a good recipe to start being stupid. And you don't want to do that. You never want to fucking do that. Because guess what? It's never worth it. Because the times when I gave in to my road rage, a guy followed me for fucking 2 miles and started rolling down his window and started screaming, "Pull over, motherfucker! Pull over, motherfucker!" Even though I know he was in the wrong and not me. Because I honked the horn at him because I was at a red light. The light turned green. 10 seconds, he was still not doing anything, and so I honked my horn at him. And then, guess what? He gets to the side of me and then gets behind me and then starts immediately mashing on the brakes. He starts hitting the brakes nonstop, like trying to trick me into rear-ending him once he gets in front of me. Then he gets to the side of me, and gets to the side of me, starts doing his old speech, "Pull over, motherfucker, pull over, motherfucker." And yeah, it's like, I swear to God, it's the first time in my life I wish I had a weapon with me. But thankfully, that's gone, but I learned my lesson. If, God forbid, I'm ever in that situation again, and they won't stop chasing me, I will not stop driving until I park right in front of a police station. And if you do that, the aggressor will fuck off 9 times out of 10. All right. Poppy says, "Road to WrestleMania 41, abso-fucking-lutely. I'm excited to see that triple threat match between Roman and Punk and Seth. Can't wait to see it." You know, Mookie, that is a good idea. You know, that is a really good thing, though. You are blown up to 20,000 people don't know who I am, but they do, but they know you. Yeah, that's true. I'm reminded when WWE in 2007 got me into my music taste because Riot by 3 Days Grace was on there, and it was the best song ever to my preteen self. Yeah, I get that. Because for me, I got into music because of Guitar Hero. And now Rumham says, "I just clicked on the oldest tab to see how long you've been on YouTube, and wow, 15 years. Yep. I'm curious if anyone called you McLovin when you had the old haircut." You know, a couple of people in middle school in 2007 or 2008 when Superbad was new, was coming out, they told me, "You do look like McLovin," because when my hair was thicker, you know, I had like pretty much a bowl cut, or what looked like the Beatles haircut, and then everyone was calling me McLovin. Yeah. Or I guess you could also say it was like the Leon S. Kennedy. You're close into slipping into Mongolian throat singing with that? Oh, you mean, for what, my Danny DeVito impression? Let me see. Oh man, I missed out on so many messages. Hang on. Where am I? Anything that sticks out here? Yeah, Mookie says, "Sometimes the shit talking is an attempt to befriend you, and I learned that when you let people think they're funny, shit talk, and give back to you, people tend to really like it." Yes, that's what I'm watching this guy, Owen Cook. He's like a phenomenal speaker. He says that if you disagree with people on purpose and then flip it around, because that's what I learned, is I never learned how to mess with people. And I think that's where a lot of bantering with people comes from. That's how you get new friends. That's how I can, you know, eventually start talking to women. Because the one thing I learned is from Owen Cook is he says you have to learn to relate to yourself and learn how to relate to women. And the one way to do that is but the thing is, you just start talking to everyone the same way. And that's exactly how I've been doing it, you know? But they said, if you can learn how to mess with people just a little bit, doesn't mean you're going to turn into an asshole, but it's sort of like, you know, the same way Shaq and Charles Barkley talk shit to each other on TNT, but you know it's coming from a place of love, like that. That's the next thing that I want to be able to get better at. Mo says it's hot again outside. Yeah, that's why I'm wearing these Bart Simpson shorts. In some ways, I almost kind of think this is my Bart Simpson costume. It's kind of funny when you think about it. I didn't intend to dress up like Bart Simpson today, but I think... Wait, does Bart have red shorts? Is that what he wears? I haven't seen The Simpsons in forever, but... Yeah. Apollonius says, the mind can be a prison. You are damn right. The Carrot, I don't think I've seen you before. Welcome. I said flint and steel to a 40-year-old, and he thought it was funny. Yeah. See, that's one way to make friends with people. Mookie says, I was quite egotistical, thought I was smarter and better, I'd get good grades, and would look down on others. It's cringe. Yes, because that was part of my huge identity. It's like, oh, I'm a good... When I was in school, like, oh, I'm such a good kid. Look at me. I don't get into trouble like them. I don't get yelled at by the teacher like everyone else. The teachers like me. I'm not like them. I'm not like everyone else. I'm like it was. I didn't even realize how much of a fucking horrible toxic attitude I had. Seriously, until I began meditating, because I still carried that with me the entire time. And yeah, don't bite your tongue. Says I just watched your the eating chips and creamy jalapeno dip. That creamy jalapeno dip comes from a local chain of Tex-Mex restaurants called Chewy's. That is like the closest thing to crack. Is that creamy jalapeno dip is so fucking good. Like, you could pour, like, that is like the best salsa. Or I don't know if that would even be considered salsa, but the way I describe it is, it's like if ranch and salsa had a baby. That is what that fucking creamy jalapeno dip is. It's fucking delicious. I wish there was a way to take that recipe, sort of like what Whataburger does, where they can sell their spicy ketchup and their jalapeno ranch at grocery stores. I fucking wish Chewy's could sell that shit over here too at the grocery stores. Smiling Turtle says, Texan here. I can attest to his claim. Houston traffic is atrocious. Yes, it is. Ooh, that's a good one, Vegetarian. Someone's road rage is an opportunity for you to let it go and forgive them. Absolutely. Yes. Mookie says, sometimes you will meet someone on the worst day of their entire life. They will act the worst. So I'm trying to practice patience. Yep. Same here on relating and talking to people. I befriended a punk goth chick at work the other day just doing this. Normally I'd be terrified, but for some reason it actually worked. Well, that whole thing of actually worked in some ways, I kind of feel like that's not giving yourself enough credit. Because when you say, I'm surprised this actually works, some ways that's kind of like you're talking about it from a place of thinking it's not going to work. But I don't know. It's like sometimes it's like the language, the vocabulary we use harms us in subconscious ways that we can't like see, that we can't recognize directly on the spot. But pretty much it's like, it's just a system, right? You just keep going through with it. And that's the one thing I do miss about Uber driving is I started to talk to people a lot. And I was able to relate to people and talk to people. And I think that's why I enjoyed Uber driving as a job, because you can just be yourself talking to people. I don't know any other job where you can do that. You think school, a vegetarian says, I think school makes a lot, if not most kids hate themselves. It's one of the challenges many of us have to work through. Yeah, I get that, because a lot of the time a teacher can be stressed out in their own life and they'll take it out on the students. And of course that's totally wrong, and it's totally not fair, because they're not even thinking about how much letting out their frustration on the students can really impact them on life. And that's awful. That's horrible. Yeah, it's like when you think, oh my God, this actually worked, you're coming from the identity, almost, kind of feels like you're coming from that identity of nothing I do is going to work. But if you, like, here's a good, okay, there's this one quote that so many people say, which is one of the worst quotes of all time, right? They'll say, I'll believe it when I see it. That is a horrible way to approach things. I feel like the better approach is to say, I believe it because I see it. That right there is a much more powerful way to spin that quote around. Because if you see it in your subconscious mind, like, this is the one thing that I really nerd out about, is when I go to, is learning to meditate and learning to use your imagination, create a very vivid, lucid dream as you're about to go to bed. So, like, if you have a dream and you really try to imagine that situation, like, use all your senses. Like, for example, I would constantly dream about living in Austin, Texas as a full-time YouTuber, because that's where I want to move. That's where I want to live. That's where the excitement is. In my opinion, that's where all the excitement is in Texas, because I just felt this energy in the atmosphere every single time I was in Austin. I was just naturally happy a majority of the time, and I never feel that when I'm here, really. But when I'm over there, it's like it becomes automatic for me to think positive. Like, let me tell you, I got, like, in the 2 weeks, I'm not even fucking shitting you, in the 2 weeks that I took a vacation to Austin in 2019, I got 10 girls' phone numbers. Now, did they respond back to me? No, they didn't, but that's another story. The mere fact that I believed in myself enough to talk to strangers because I thought they were pretty. And then I went up there, said, hi, my name is Jaren, how are you? Shook their hand, had a good conversation, and I didn't even realize that's what I've been learning about this whole time. I was naturally doing it when I was in Austin. I didn't give a fuck. I would talk. I wanted to make sure nobody was a stranger when I was in Austin. I would go out. I would go to 6th Street and Rainy Street, places that a lot of people would naturally want to avoid. But I said, even though it's difficult, but that's the thing, is it feels like it would be difficult for me today, but in 2019, it wasn't difficult because I was so happy to be away from my hometown that I just naturally had all this energy flowing in me, and I felt like I could speak to almost anyone. Like, I felt like Kobe Bryant during Shaq's statue unveiling. Like, I don't know if you remember that, but if you guys are NBA fans, but there was this video of Kobe where he was talking to everybody. Like, it was like a behind the scenes video of Shaq's statue. I don't know what the word for it, the statue presentation, or when they reveal the unveiling of Shaq's statue and Kobe was there. In the video, like, he had the energy that I aspire to have. And this has nothing to do with basketball, just the way he is as a person, the way he just would go up to, anytime a new person would enter the room, he would walk in, he would shake their hand, or like give them a hug, give them a tap on the shoulder, say, "Hey, man, how are you doing? How are things going? You doing good?" And he would just flow into conversation with everyone. He would talk to anyone. He would talk to every man, woman, and child. And that's the thing, is you don't need to have shit tons of money. You don't need to be an amazing athlete. That's just the energy that you carry with you. And now it has become closer to my life goal to be able to radiate some of that energy I had when I was in Austin. I felt magical. Like, it's crazy because, like, I didn't even realize how happy I could be until that one moment when I was there. And then I learned you don't have to be like on vacation to have that energy. You have to be able to create it within yourself, outside of or independent of whatever your external circumstances are. That's the one thing that I've learned in my almost 31 years of being alive, is that if there's anything you can learn from whatever the fuck this YouTube journey is giving me, it's that your happiness comes from here. It comes from the inside. Alfonso, thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. The super chat. He says, "Any advice? The girl I like is pretty but weird." Well, the only advice I can give is, you just talk to her like you would talk to anyone else. I feel like, because whenever, like in the past, whenever I would talk to a pretty girl and try to introduce myself, I would always feel extremely nervous, because I always thought, if I don't get this one girl's phone number, I'm going to fail, or I failed for the day. But then I learned, no, it's not. Today I'm learning that it's just a system. It's just a habit. You just have to be able to think about it like you're exercising your social skills. Honestly, like Alfonso, the one person that I learned a lot from, I'll link you a video, is let me see here. Let me see. There's this guy I watch. I don't watch him all the time, but I think this video could help you out a lot. Let's see here. Because that guy, Julian Blanc, he is really good. I've been watching some of his stuff over the last few weeks. This guy and Owen Cook. And I feel like these are the guys where you think the stuff that they're talking about is corny until you actually put it into practice and you realize they're right, or at least that's their experience. Like when I use Julian's advice or another guy that I can let's see here. Like this guy. Let me make sure. There we go. And then there's this video. And then there's another one here. Like those videos that I link, you guys should watch them. Right. Like the way that Owen was able to diffuse that guy that I'm talking about, like it was amazing how he was able to do that. You fired off compliments and then disappeared. Yes, exactly, Dan, the Dookie man. Learning to not be outcome dependent or think of failure. Absolutely, yes. That is the right way to do it. All right, Mookie says, "We got to bounce, but it's nice to see you're doing well. Brother, keep on keeping on. Remember, it's better to stumble, fall, and trip than to stagnate. Progress isn't pretty." Absolutely, Mookie. Ha! RJW says, "I can imagine you calling a girl beautiful, then using a smoke bomb to disappear." Yeah, that's a genius level move right there. I'm serious, guys. Like that documentary that that Jay got to make about me, it's coming in June. So a lot of the reasons why I am the way I am, I just talk about my full story in there. And I just want the whole, finally, maybe some of those haters will, I mean, they're never going to stop, but hopefully maybe some of them will listen to that and understand why they say, "Why is it taking you so long to get a girlfriend?" Blah, 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 blah. That all the answers that those people are looking for will be in that documentary. Exactly. Because the thing that I've learned is like is that I never really get when I'm out and I'm talking to people. That's the thing is like I don't know how to be playful. Like I don't know how to mess around, joke around too much because I would always hesitate to do that because I was always afraid of backlash. But now I learned if that person starts getting aggressive and angry towards you just because you're messing around and they don't see that, then all that is that's an indicator of this is someone that you don't want in your social circle. Like this is a person you don't want in your life. If like in some ways it's like a filter. Like you present yourself the way you want to, and in some ways it's kind of like you are how should I describe this? It's not that you want to strive to be rejection proof, but it's more like, and I'm not talking about just dating, this just for anything. Not, you don't want to be rejection proof, but the better thing to be is rejection independent. So you just let it slide off your back. And and there are times before when I would look at footage of the 80s and the 90s, even the 70s and stuff. And yeah, there's bad things going on back then, just like there's bad things going on right now. But I feel like people were forced to be more social. And that's the ironic thing about social media is that it has allowed people to feel content without having any face-to-face interaction. And when I was a kid, I used to think that was heaven. But now, like I used to be extremely shy when I was a kid, but then something changed. I want to say once I became like, I don't know, once I became 13 or not 13, or I don't remember the age I was, but I remember like when me and when like as a family we would go out to the movie theater, and this was back before, listen kids, this was back before we had reserved seating. You had to wait in line to see a movie, and I remember just talking to the people in line in front of me, and I would talk to them for 20 minutes and things were good. There were no problems. And I guess it's common ground because I was there to see. That was me in line to see Star Trek Beyond, which was the last Star Trek movie they made. And I remember in line with a husband and a wife, and we talked. Yeah, we talked about Star Trek. We talked about Star Wars. We talked about Marvel. We talked about video games for 20 minutes. Me with talking to that guy and his wife, just having a back and forth. And I feel like it really is like a muscle, just like your muscle memory, like tying your shoes, for example. It's like either you use it or you lose it. Yeah, exactly, vegetarian. Staring is the worst. It implies seduction. It will scare and anger them. Well, yeah, like you don't want to be like fucking Dennis Reynolds where you just stare. Can you imagine doing this shit? Can you imagine that? Like, how creepy does this make you feel, motherfucker? Listen. You never want to do that. Never do that shit. Like, that was my Dennis Reynolds impression when he was trying to use the Dennis system. Like, nobody should ever think that that is, like, real advice. The Dennis system, never do that shit. RJW says vegetarian is dropping hints in the chat like it's a Fallout 4 loading screen. That's a good one. That's a good one. RJW. Exactly, Clayton. Like, the thing is, you'll be surprised when you talk to people. You'll be surprised, like, that you are nowhere near as bad as you think you are. Because I feel like when you spend, I mean, I'm guilty as charged, when you spend as much time isolated as I do because of the fucking car circumstance, that means you're not, like, you keep thinking a lot more negatively on yourself than how you really are. Because when you start actually going out and you actually start, just talking to strangers. Because I remember that whole thing about kids, or they said don't talk to strangers. I kind of feel like I understand what they meant by that, but I also feel like that really hurt my social skills. Because I took that shit to heart in elementary school when it said, don't talk to strangers. And then I would only talk to a stranger if my dad or my mom would start talking to them. Because my dad was the life of the party no matter where he went. And my dad was obese. My dad was over 500 pounds. But everyone he talked to, he always had a good time. And in some ways, I really wish my dad was still around where I could talk to him about this sort of stuff. But, it just never happened. So now I just have to learn this stuff all on my own. And it's tough. It's, yes, 1,000,000,000%. It is tough to learn social skills on your own. But when you're on the path towards trying to figure stuff out and learn stuff on your own, that's when you can start meeting people who think like you, who starting to meet people that share the same values as you. And pretty much it's like, if you just go out every day and just start thinking the words, I'm breathing, you're good. Everything else is just a cherry on the sundae. But I fucking hate eating cherries on Sundays. I never understood why, but cherries are the one fruit I could never stand. I don't know why. I think it's because when I was a kid, I would whenever I would get a cold as a kid, there was always cherry flavored cough syrup that my parents would force me to drink. And I fucking hated that taste so much. And I think because that was my first exposure to cherries, I never wanted to eat one ever again. Hey, we got 32 viewers. That's great. All right. Let's see. Did I miss out on anything here? Serene says, I'm so nervous when conversing with women because I know they pay attention to details, how you talk, your behavior, how you deal with other people. Well, I would say the only way to get rid of that is you're thinking too much about what they are thinking about. Instead of, you got to get out of your head and just be present in the moment. Like, what am I doing right now? I'm being present in the moment. I'm not constantly thinking, oh, I need to really think about the words that are coming out of my mouth, or else all 30 people here are going to leave. I'm not thinking about that. All I'm doing is just going with the flow of the energy I've got. And right now it's like, I'm not thinking about what to say. I'm just letting shit flow out. And I feel like if you can get to the default stage of just letting words flow out, then, and of course, I'm not good at this shit. I mean, I'm barely on stage 1 of trying to get better as a communicator, but, and this is why I'm really glad about doing these live streams, because these live streams mean I get to practice how to talk to a camera without losing my train of thought. Well, Mo says no. Now there's no Batman today. However, I will say, when it comes to, uh, uh, when it comes to Batman, I don't know if you've been seeing them, but they're doing, Jake from State Farm is doing commercials with Batman and Jason Bateman now. Those are fucking funny. And I find it kind of hilarious that they're doing Batman commercial, like a live action Batman, without a famous actor playing the role of Batman. I think that's kind of funny. Because there was one commercial where Jason Bateman was tied up by poison ivy, and then Batman comes, saves Jake from State Farm. It's kind of funny because I had no idea Jake from State Farm was in NBA 2K. That shit was hilarious when I found out about that. I think it was like my career mode or whatever it was, but just seeing Jake for, it's so funny how Jake from State Farm has now transcended State Farm. I just find that hilarious. Like if someone's feet are pointing away from you, it means they want to leave. Yeah, I can kind of get that. Totally. And yeah, because some people might be wondering, why did I name the title of the stream Just Start? Because it's a message for me. Like, there's going to be many times where you're going to feel like you're not good enough. Like, what's the point in putting in the effort on my YouTube channel? Because It's better to stumble and fall than to remain stagnant. And that's what, oh man, I forgot. Man, oh, it's, uh-oh. Chat room is glitched. Yeah, that's what Mookie said. Start feeling better. Like, better to stumble and fall than to do nothing. Yeah, I was trying to scroll up on the chat room, but then the chat room started to get stuck. So, well, I hope that everyone's day is doing good. Yeah, because, well, for me, it was like physically stuck. Like I was trying to scroll up and it wasn't, but now it seems to be okay for right now. Ugh. I made damn sure to take my allergy pill today when I woke up. That's for damn sure. Yeah, vegetarian says if they're facing you, they are interested and wish to continue the conversation. Yeah, because there are times in the past where whenever, like in Austin, it's like when I was talking to girls I was interested in, they were like, I remember the best one story I can have is that, I swear, this is real. I remember going to a bar and in Austin on 6th Street. So, you know, to be fair, not everyone was sober over there, but, well, I was. But then I remember I was just in the middle of a floor, and then this one girl, I don't know her, never seen her before in her life. She was pretty. She just grabbed both my hands and started to just want to start dancing with me. Now look at me. Look at how fucking white I am. You think I know how to fucking dance? I do not. But I didn't give a fuck. So I just rolled with it. And then she starts chatting with me. And then she introduces me to her friends. And then me and her friends. And it was guys and girls at with her group. And then they ordered like that giant, one of those giant glasses of like it's not a glass, it's like one of those things, like it's like a gigantic glass, a gigantic margarita where everyone sticks like 6 giant straws on it, kind of like that one poster you saw from Friends where they were all drinking the same milkshake at the same time. It was like that, but for a frozen margarita. Let me just say, after dancing with that girl, chatting with her, then chatting with her friends, then sharing a margarita with her, that was a great time. That was a great time. Oh man, my nose is so goddamn itchy. Ah, fucking allergies. It was a bit cooler 2 days ago. Now it's getting hotter. It's like, what is it? It's, oh Jesus Christ, it's 84 degrees outside, which explains why I had to wear my Bart Simpson shorts. And I guess it is the first day of spring though, March 21st. Oh my god, my nose. Ah. But anyways, they left and I got her phone number, and then I tried texting her like the next day or something, and then fucking nothing. So, but I felt like shit back then, but now I know, whatever, just part of the process. you just pick yourself back up and you keep going. Ah, God damn. Ah, ah, ah. You know, there's this one. Oh, shit. Smiling Turtle gave a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Smiling Turtle. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. That seriously helps me a lot with the groceries and food and bills. So I really appreciate it, man. Thank you, Smiling Turtle. Or I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but thank you, Smiling Turtle. Smiling Turtle got me to smile. But you know what's insane though is like I've been working on my Batman impression for a little bit, my Kevin Conroy Batman impression. I haven't done it in years, or not like since October, but I kept trying to. What I learned is you have to speak much lower to try to sound like Kevin Conroy. It's kind of tough for me to be able to speak this way, but with every word, it starts to get easier and easier. Start speaking like Kevin Conroy. I don't want this to become my default tone of voice because it's really difficult to continue to speak like this, to keep it going for a longer period of time, because it feels like I'm really trying hard to be able to speak like this. You know, vegetarian. I haven't seen the Karate Kid movie in ages, but he said the part where he just stares the girls on the beach. I've never seen that. I haven't seen it in so long. I just completely forgot. Yeah, well, that's the thing though. Vegetarians, like, Daniel stalks her to the country club, then the arcade. You would be in jail with a real Remo, really? But this, when I start doing my Kevin Conroy Batman voice, this just, I don't even know. Like, it's crazy though. Like, I'm aware of who Penguins Zero is. I just don't watch him. Because I just never get around to it, but it's insane to me though that you think my Kevin Conroy voice is just an impression of that guy. But to be fair, I haven't really seen enough of it. Enough of him, so can't really think too much about it. But yeah, RJW using those turtles. That's the turtle emoji. That's kind of good for Smiling Turtle. Okay, now it's starting to sound like Wilson Fisk a little bit. Vanessa. I feel like if you want to start talking like the Kingpin, the one way to do it is you start with how he says Vanessa, and then you just say Vanessa, I feel like we need to go into marriage counseling. Even though I'm gonna beat the shit out of your side dude. Can you imagine if Kingpin talked like that? I don't know how to say that. Is that Grimes? Mess GR1 Mess says, you seem like a cool guy listening to you while playing Ocarina of Time. On my 3DS is the most chill stuff. Thanks. You know what? Whoops. Grayscale says, earlier in the stream, I was working out while listening and talking in the chat. Love listening to stuff like this. Thanks. I appreciate it. It's funny though, like this is the longest time in a while that I didn't completely get rid of my beard. I just now noticed that. Like this is like a month of not shaving. But I always remembered to, well, I got to do it a bit sooner, but I noticed as long as you trim, you got to trim the neck area and all the parts that don't connect. And that's what I was doing. And it, so far, it seems to be better. Grime says, I think it's Grime or GR1 Mess. I don't know how the hell you say it. Do you have any tips for starting to play guitar? It's very hard without any knowledge. Okay. I will point you in the right direction. There is a guy who is like the OG of YouTube guitar lessons. And that is this person. Let's see. Just go to this YouTube channel. Or whoops. Give me a second. Yeah. Justin Guitar was the very first thing first person I ever watched. And he is fantastic. I would say start with him. Yes, he also has a good website as well. He's got like PDFs with the sheet music and stuff over there. Yeah. Oh, God, my nose is so goddamn itchy. Ugh. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Justin Guitar. I do not play chess, however, I recently discovered my new favorite actress, Anya Taylor-Joy. I've seen her in other movies before, but it wasn't until I saw a very fucked up movie called The Menu when I got really impressed by her. And I know the big thing that really like was her breakthrough was, oh God, my nose. It was the movie, the show, The Queen's Gambit. And I heard that show was so fucking popular during the pandemic that sales of like anything related to like sales of chessboards went up by 200% when that show came out. But I also know that she also was the voice of Peach in the Mario movie. And I think before that, the very first movie I ever saw with her, not knowing who she was The Witch, which is that movie by Robert Eggers, one of the best directors ever. Like that movie, if you never saw The Witch, you need to see that. That is some creepy as shit movie. It was fantastic. But yeah, that was the first time I was, but The Menu, watching that movie last week, that was my first time I ever got to see, like, aware of who she was. And it was also while watching that movie when I became fully sold that Nicholas Hoult is going to be a fantastic Lex Luthor in the new Superman. Like the thing about The Menu is the less you know, like, because that movie is going to, it's on Netflix right now, but it's going to leave Netflix on March 30th. I recommend that movie to everyone. Like, all I will tell you is it's a horror movie about a restaurant. The less you know, other than that, the better. Because I went into it knowing only those details, and man, that is one of the most shocking things I have ever seen. So if you like thrillers, suspense, horror movies, but you want to see one about a restaurant where the guy who played M in the James Bond Daniel Craig movies, Ray Fiennes, if you want to see him be a chef, just watch that. I'm not cringe. I'm pretty sure if there was a fight between The Rock or evil LeBron, I would just say The Rock would win, because LeBron doesn't have any, at least to my knowledge, LeBron doesn't have any training when it comes to wrestling or fighting at all. But then if you were to tell me who would win in a basketball match with The Rock versus LeBron, of course, LeBron would win that. RJW, yes, I did play The Walking Dead Season 1 for Telltale. That is the first all I will say, if nobody has played through Telltale's Walking Dead series, the only thing I'm going to say about that is, oh my God. Only thing I'm going to say about that is the first video game to ever make me cry. Second video game to ever make me cry is The Last of Us Part 2. Have I ever played Lethality Companions? I have never heard of that. Just remember, tell all your friends, if I break my streaming viewer record, we get to 61 views, I will play one match of an online multiplayer game, something that I always refuse to do, but because that will be a special moment, I will make that one exception. Have I played Have I played Life is Strange? Yes, I have. I liked Life is Strange. I only played that first one. Like the one with what the fuck is her name? Max. And I think the other girl is Chloe, the one with the blue hair, the one that was voiced by the same actress that voices Aloy in Horizon. Yeah, I've played that game before. I liked it. It was like a good spin. But the crazy thing is, I remember there was a game that company made before Life is Strange, before they made it big with Life is Strange, Don't Nod. They made this game called Remember Me. And I feel like that game was very ahead of its time. I think Remember Me came out in, maybe it was 2013 or 2014. The game is called Lethal Company. It's a horror game. Interesting. Do you want... no, Grayscale, I do not own a Nintendo Switch. I do not. The last Nintendo product I've owned was the Wii U. Life is Strange 2 flips concepts of good and evil upside down. All right. I've never played it. I might have to get into it. But the people who take them in are cons and weed cutters living in the bush. Interesting. They released Lost Records. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. But there's another game I'm hearing great things about called Split Fiction. But I feel like if I could get Mo over here, that would be or if I could get Candace over here, that would be a great game to do co-op with. Ah. I believe Mo has played The Walking Dead, but Candace doesn't really. I mean, I think she told me she doesn't really play a ton of video games, but wait, today is Sunday. Give me 1 second. Where the fuck did I put my phone? Hang on. Give me 1 second, guys. Yep. Let me see. R U Z do you would you like over and watch some of the wrestling? All right. Now, yeah, it is. I saw it had like a 90 on Metacritic, which is, you don't really see that too often. But I haven't played any of those games. Like, I've never played. Yeah, it's the same devs. But I still find it kind of funny though that that Joseph Ferris is like the same. In some ways, I look at Joseph Ferris as the same guy that made, yeah, the director. He's this. He started off as a movie director, but then found better success in video games, which I never. which I don't know too many people that have gone through that. Or maybe you could say David Cage, the guy from Quantic Dream. I don't know if he's still there or not, but the guy that made Detroit Become Human and Beyond Two Souls and Heavy Rain, that team. Because I have no clue what they're working on right now. Last I heard, they were making a Star Wars game called Star Wars Eclipse, which that trailer looked interesting, but then we've heard absolutely nothing from it since then. So I don't know what Quantic Dream is working on as a studio, but I mean, I've never played Detroit Become Human. Like, it's... Wow. Vegetarian does, like, when I was watching The Wire fall, he felt sick to my stomach from the heights. Huh. Interesting. Like, I'm scared of heights, but watching it, seeing heights in movies or in a game, it doesn't bother me. Yeah, I've heard amazing things. Like, I remember the hype buildup to Detroit Become Human. I just never played it. Have I ever? No, no. I don't want to move out of the country, and I especially wouldn't move out of the country just for just for dating or anything like that. So no, quit. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, and oh yeah, I forgot that Telltale had a Jurassic Park game, and they made a lot of stuff. It's kind of a shame that they went out of business, because I liked a lot of the games that Telltale made. Like, my favorite one was The Wolf Among Us, but it sucks that that will never see the light of day, because I was hyped to see what season 2 of that would look like. I think The Wolf Among Us could very well have been the last PS3 game I ever played. Yeah, because I don't even remember what year Telltale's Jurassic Park was. Like, I completely forgot existed. It existed until Kerhard mentioned it. But you know what? There's also another game in development that we've heard nothing about, but all we know is that IO Interactive, the developer who made Hitman, they are making a James Bond game, but I have no clue when we'll ever see that. But I also don't know how, because now that Amazon is in control of James Bond, because Barbara Broccoli was the one that approved that gave IO the green light to make a Bond game. And so I don't know what the hell is going to happen with that, because I believe they made that announcement like 5 years ago, and we've heard fucking nothing since. But because I was really looking forward to that, like a modern James Bond game today on the PS5 and Series X and PC in 2025, with being done by the Hitman guys. Like, the way like Agent 47, like those systems, those mechanics about sneaking around, like, it would have been fucking amazing for a Bond game. But I don't know what the hell would happen. What is going on with that? Oh, it got unlisted. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the real downside to all these digital games. Is that's why I still, as much as I can, buy discs for games. That's why I still like doing the physical content for video games, because you never know when like shit will just get delisted. Like, I hate that a lot of those Activision Marvel games are now delisted. Like, that original Ultimate Alliance is gone. You can't play it. Those Spider-Man games that were made by Beanox, like Web of Shadows, yeah, and Edge of Time, like, you can't play those. You can't download those anymore. And it sucks. It's a real shame. Ah. And also, I'm hearing that news that the Punisher is going to get a Marvel special presentation, which I am so excited for. And John Bernthal himself is going to be co-writing it. So I cannot wait for that. Just with the because I love the Punisher, and seeing him in Born Again was amazing. Because just that one fucking scene alone made me cry. Like, that was some hard shit. And I hope we get to see him. Yeah, vegetarian John Bernthal's Punisher is by far the best version they've ever done, because I loved how they tied it into that universe with Daredevil and the Defenders. Like, it's so cool. See, I never played Web of Shadows, never got the chance to play it. However, I did play the Punisher game on the PS2, and it got horrible reviews when it came out, but I absolutely loved it. And fun fact, that Punisher game in 2005 that was done by THQ and Volition, the Saints Row developers, that game was my introduction to Iron Man. And that game was also my introduction to Black Widow as well, because they both made appearances in it. I mean, I felt like Thomas Jane wasn't bad. I mean, I liked him. Like, I liked that he also did the voice of the Punisher in that PS2 game as well. But yeah, like, but John Bernthal is like leagues ahead of the others. Like, I remember, like, I've never seen The Walking Dead, so I never really got to watch him as Shane in The Walking Dead. But I loved season 1 of The Punisher, and then I also really like John Bernthal in The Accountant with Ben Affleck. I thought that was great. I got a shit. I'll be right back. There we go. As the legend has returned. Oh. All right. Holy shit, this stream has gotten 319 total views so far. That is amazing. Thank you, RGW. Motortown behind the wheel. Ever play what? Giraffe Town? I have never heard of that. Never heard of that. It's a work of art. Let me see it. Ah. Oh, God. Um, if the Mona Lisa were a video game, it would be Giraffe Town. Hmm. Yeah, that's kind of funny. So, let's see here. Oh, look, we got 23 viewers right now. That's the number of the goat. In Motortown, you can be a taxi, truck driver. Oh, shit. Or even a police. It's all amped up by physics, and you can buy a house and decorate it. I see. I saw something that it was on early access. Is that still in early access, or is the game actually released? I wouldn't know. This Giraffe Town game sounds ridiculous. I don't even understand. What the hell is this? Giraffe Town. Oh, I see. So it looks kind of like... It looks like a... kind of like an Octodad situation, by the looks of it. I see. Oh, it was 2019 when it came out. I see. Manny, I've got no desire to play Monster Hunter. It just doesn't appeal to me. I mean, the only thing we've got from GTA 6 is the one trailer. And yeah, it's looking incredible. I can't wait to see some gameplay. I have a feeling that they're going to treat it the way Bethesda treated Fallout 4 when that game came out, where it was released and then it came out and like the announcement, like the first trailer until the end. Sorry, there was very short waiting time between when the game came out versus when the game got released. Yeah, like I have a feeling that when we get the second trailer for GTA 6, it's going to have the release date on it, and then it will probably say something like October, I'm guessing. And I have to clear out my entire schedule, because if GTA 6 comes out in October, it will be the most important game I play on my channel, because it's not every day a brand new GTA game comes out. And so, just like what I did for Spider-Man 2, I want to be here on release, like the instant it becomes available. So I'm just going to download that bitch right onto the PS5. And then as soon as it unlocks, my ass is off to the races. I'm hitting start streaming, and we're just going to have ourselves a grand old jolly old time. I remember playing Fallout 4 for about 30 hours and then I stopped, because this is the problem I have with a lot of RPGs, is they're way too fucking long. And I just want to be able to... This is why I feel like games that are, I would say, like between 20 to 30 hours, hell, maybe even give me a 16 hour game. I feel like, in my opinion, that is the perfect length for a video game, because I want to be able to play through it and not have to give up my entire life schedule just to finish something. And there were also lots of people saying, we got to see John Cena turn heel, before GTA 6 got released, but I would say it's all coming in the same year. So, Manny, there is zero chance GTA 6 is mid. You don't spend 12 fucking years with unlimited resources just for it to flop. Like, I have it's the same thing where people say never bet against James Cameron, because there were lots of people doubting if Avatar: The Way of Water would be any good, or if it would make the same money as the first Avatar, and yet Avatar: The Way of Water made shitloads of money and is now in the top 5 for highest grossing films ever made. Same thing happens with Rockstar. Whenever Rockstar releases GTA, like, it's gonna be a mega smash hit. RJW says, I don't think GTA 6 will be as good and revolutionary as Giraffe Town, but what really could? You are hilarious. And there goes that obnoxiously loud fucking pickup truck. I can't stand that fucking shit. I can't stand it at all. There's always someone that lives here that I swear he just stays in the driveway and just revs that loud engine with that extremely loud fucking muffler. Like, it's the most annoying shit in the world. Because I've seen it. It's a pickup truck. Like, there's no fucking reason to have your pickup truck that fucking loud unless you really care that much about being that fucking obnoxious. It will not run on 720p resolution. Come on now. It will run 30 frames per second in 1080p. Just like most of the PS5 games. Or I should say, fuck me, what am I saying? I think all the games on the PS5 run in 4K now, don't they? Or they're like 1080p that gets... I don't know about about how graphics work. I'm not a fucking game developer, but I'm guessing that are they 4K on the consoles and then they shrink them down to 1080p? Is that how that works? Yeah, Mo has played the Walking Dead games, yeah. Well, after all this insane backlash to Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's like, when you pick it up again, of course it's gonna be mid. It's fucking Ubisoft. What more do you expect from a company that only cares about profits instead of making a good fucking game? I refused to play Star Wars Outlaws last year. I refused to play The Division. I got so pissed off with Ubisoft that I'm just straight up boycotting them. Like, fuck them. Like, I know that there are very few, like, I know, like, you saw me talk about, oh, like, don't let your emotions get through, but, like, fuck Ubisoft. Seriously. Like, fuck them. That's my stance on them. Like, fuck Ubisoft and fuck WB Games. Like, until they start showing that they give a fuck about, until WB starts showing that they actually give a fuck and respect DC Comics, like I'll start playing, because it's such a fucking shame, because Rocksteady was my favorite game developer. They were like in my top three favorite game developers. Okay, I see. So it's 16. Oh, I see. So 1600. So it's higher than 1080 and then upscaled. Yeah, that makes more sense. I feel like a better way to say it is fuck you, Ubisoft. But also Ubisoft is also the name of people who have ED. Ubisoft. Yeah. You know, it's crazy. Like, looking at that before and after, I'm seriously, like, still amazed at how much my hair has come back. Like, it's, like, I never would have thought I would even get here, and I'm not even done yet with the pills. Yeah, vegetarian, like, I completely ignored anything having to do with Assassin's Creed Shadows. As soon as I heard the shit that they were pulling with it, I immediately said, nah, fuck this. Yeah, I guess that is better than Microsoft. Like, I'm just guessing. It's just more of the same old shit. They're not innovating. It's more of the same fucking mission types where, you know, you have to hit these certain objectives, and if you don't do them, and then some bullshit gets in the way, like people in the crowd start fucking with you in the way of the objective, and then you have to start the checkpoint all over again, and it's a pain in the ass, rinse and repeat. That was my experience with Watch Dogs and Assassin's Creed. You try to watch it, but it's hours of the most boring cutscenes you've ever seen. Like, what are they even doing? Like, are they still even doing anything at all with what the hell is that called? Was it called the Aminus? I forget what, like, from that first game. Like, are they still doing that with the whole like modern day shit with the Templars, and like, is that even in the game at all? The Animus. Yes, the Animus. I believe that's what it was called. Yeah. Because I remember at least the parts with Desmond in the original Assassin's Creeds, like, those were interesting at the very least. The credits are 2 hours long. Oh, wow. 2 hours, because they needed thousands of people to create some of the most mediocre bullshit. Not surprised, because guess what? It's fucking Ubisoft. Yeah, because they made the Black Flag game, and then they thought it would be fun to turn the boats, the ship segment from Black Flag, into its own game, and then they tried to do it, and then it sucked. Like Sea of Thieves. No, sorry, fuck. Skull and Bones. Like Skull and Bones. Like Skull and Bones. If I thought Ragnarok. But the thing is, Ragnarok, God of War Ragnarok, was amazing. Like, I was fully invested with Kratos and Atreus and fucking Brock and Sindri and Freya and Thor and Odin. Like, I was invested in that shit. But I got nothing. I got zero investments. Like, you, like, if I wanted to do my Sita impression, what you get for, like, if I'm talking to Ubisoft, like what they get from me as a gamer, what you get, Ubisoft, is nothing. You will get what you have earned, and that is nothing. All Ubisoft does is they take and take and take with all their fucking microtransactions. But that's enough. I'm done. I'm breaking up with Ubisoft. Like, what has anyone at Ubisoft ever done? Like, you at that developer, you at this developer, you at this office. What have you ever done? You're all like, let's go profits, let's go profits, let's go profits. But not a single one of you sons of bitches ever asked what kind of games I want to play. But it's over. I'm done. I'm breaking up with Ubisoft. I don't need you anymore. I don't care about you anymore. You're done. And that is how John Cena feels about Ubisoft. I seriously hope you, because it took a lot of mental brain power to try to remember like the words he was using in that promo. Well, I would argue, with the exception of Dragon Age Veilguard, EA is slowly turning things around. You know, at least they care a little bit. But seeing the whole the way they handled Dragon Age Veilguard, like, I didn't even have any. I've never played a single Dragon Age game, and I wasn't gonna play it. But the whole fact that they said the reason why this game failed is because it was an offline single player game. Like, seriously, EA, go fuck. Like, come on. You know, it's funny. I might want to clip that segment of how John Cena feels about Ubisoft. I feel like that could be a pretty funny side video. Well, I don't know how to say your name. Seren. Ubisoft make a Driver Parallel Lines remake. They will never do that because they don't give a fuck. They said they were going to make a Splinter Cell remake, and where the fuck is that? Splinter Cell is my favorite franchise from Ubisoft, and they've been treating it with the same respect that WB has been treating all of the non-Batman DC characters for their games. Justin, no, I'm not doing Uber. I haven't done it since December because I was forced to return my rental car and they didn't have any replacements. So, no, but still, it's my only way to have a car. You heard they are paying less now? Well, it wouldn't fucking surprise me. Like, this is why I've been stuck at home. Because at this point, I just want Ubisoft to go out of fucking business. Like, I hate calling for people to lose their jobs, but they can find better developers who will treat them better than fucking Ubisoft. Sid Harth, you can say all you want about Uber, but they gave me income when I was homeless. If it wasn't for Uber, I would be living on the fucking street. If it wasn't for Uber, I wouldn't be able to drive cars. Or drive the ones that I have been able to. Penku, I am not living with Mo. I have a home. I'm not. If you think I'm giving up this fucking home that I have, you are fucking crazy. No, HB, this is a rental home. I mean, or this is a mobile home neighborhood. It costs $240 per week. And it's cheaper than a hotel, but still feels like you get to have your own place. Yeah. Because if I never found this place, I don't know what the fuck would happen to me. Like, if this place didn't accept me, my application, I wouldn't know what to do. But, yeah, it's a rental. Yeah, but this is just a neighborhood where it's like an RV park, but instead of RVs, it's all mobile homes. And this is the nicest, cleanest, cheapest one I've ever seen. Because I went looking around and there's no way in hell I would be stuffed in an RV. I just don't want to. And I thought this was bad. And then I looked at like New York City apartments for $1,000. And then I thought, okay, you better be lucky you've got what you've got. Like, I was just curious what the hell it looked like. And there was this video where this woman was living in what felt like a literal fucking shoebox. And you're like, and she was paying like $650 a month for that. And there's no breathing room. You have to share a bathroom down the fucking hallway. Like, hell no. Look, my eye, it's not my place to talk about that subject. I won't now. I'm not, or we're not talking about that. HB is 960 a month. Where do you live? HB. Like, do you live in New York City? Because that's the thing, though. It's like, if I lived in New York City, I would be happy to go out. Because it just feels. Yeah. For $240 per week. That's how much the rent is here, HB. If I didn't have this place, I would be Oh, man. Best not to even think about that. Oh, you're in Arizona. Okay, 7 years. Your sister has been living in New York for 10 years. Yeah, that's the thing. Is I mean, I would love to visit New York. And if I had a vacation, like and to go somewhere outside of the state, I would love to go to New York. Ah, there we go. I had okay, hang on. I at a server, the whole just start title is more like a message to myself. But if you're feeling like, you don't want to do a YouTube channel because you think it doesn't matter, what's the point? No one's going to watch. I'm not good at this shit. I'm saying just start as a way to just get ahead. Because if you don't do anything about it, you're just like what I was doing. You're just gonna stagnate. So it's better to do stuff with YouTube. If that's, I'm just using YouTube as an example because that's what I'm doing. But if you're using YouTube, if you want to make YouTube content, want to make YouTube videos or live streams, you just do it. Exactly. HB. The first step at being good at something is sucking at it. No one's kicking the wall. That's just me hitting my fingers on the table as if it's a fucking snare drum. At a server, I have a goal to lose weight and I wanted to start today, but I am struggling to find the motivation. Can you give me some? Nothing tastes as good as healthy feels. That's your motivation. Nothing tastes as good as healthy feels. The king is punching his throne. Soren says, good one. Yeah, I remember hearing that. I think it was maybe last year or 2 years ago, and that phrase always stuck with me. Ugh. I am currently trying to decide what to do for food later today. All right, RGW, you can stop with the Giraffe Town trolling. It was funny the first time, but come on, man. Oh, 100% true, vegetarian. Exercise is more mental than physical. Abso-fucking-lutely. Siddharth, I would say Texas is one of the cheaper states to live in, but now there's so many people moving to Houston, moving to Austin, moving to Dallas during the pandemic that it's now because before I never met anyone that wasn't from Texas. Like most of the time before, like 5, 6, 7 years ago, you would go out and most people would say, "Oh, I'm from here." But now there's so many times where when you talk to someone on Uber or whenever all my Uber passengers, now it's like 80% of them are not like just moved here from a couple of years ago. And it's like it wasn't built to have that much. The roads weren't built to have this many people on it all at once. And yes, it's annoying, but it's just the way, it's just the way towns and cities evolve. And now I guess it's my home's turn. But at the same time, having all these new people moving in here gives you a shitload more networking opportunities. So it gives you the chance to meet even more new people. And so when you look at it from that point of view, that makes me feel better instead of being the one to constantly complain and get mad about the traffic. Because that's all superficial stuff. Because we're all just a tiny dot in the grand scheme of things. Like if you zoom out, you're just a dot within another dot of the fucking galaxy. Like, so what? Like, we're all gonna die someday. Might as well not waste it by being a negative, annoying piece of shit. That's just my point of view. Look, my eye says, how do you feel about the popularity of your YouTube channel? Well, it's funny because I actually talked about this in the beginning of the live stream. So maybe when this live stream is over, you can just start it all over again. Like you can go back to it. And if in some ways it almost feels like because so many people are fucking negative today, it feels like now being positive is like sort of like how it almost feels like the punk rock anti-establishment thing to do is to be positive now, if you think about it. Have I met any fans in real life? I met one. I had an Uber passenger that worked at Taco Bell that recognized me. Feels like the punk rock anti-establishment today is being positive, being happy, and because now it just feels like it's the popular thing to shit on everyone. It's the popular thing that as soon as you get a camera right over here, the first thing you do is you want to talk about all the shit you hate. You know what's harder? You know what takes effort? You know what takes, and I know this more than anyone, you know what takes a shitload of practice? Being positive. Not shitting on everyone and everything. Not blaming everything on saying, oh, well, this happened. Oh, it's their fault. Instead of saying, how did I respond in that situation? And what can I do better the next time? Like, I feel like that is now the new thing. Because now, like there's an old song, I think it was from, I forget, from Huey Lewis, where he said, it's hip to be a square. But now the squares are the ones that are all negative. So, at least that's how I see it. Well, the thing is, fame is weird. And I'm speaking as someone with very, 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 very little fame. All right. But knowing you're famous, like, at first I was fucking terrified. Like, I had the absolute shit scared out of me. Because I've never seen, like, once the comments started rolling in on that fucking viral video, you have no idea, like, nothing will ever prepare you for it. Like, seeing so many people just non-stop talking so much shit about you, making all kinds of assumptions about who you are, what you are, saying, oh, this is how he is, he's never gonna change, blah, 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 blah. Like, at first, I would take every single one of those comments at their word and meant it like, that is someone really trying to talk to me, and they're saying, I'm horrible, I'm the example of why kids these days are horrible human beings. They would say, I represent why humanity is going downhill, and all of this shit. And it took months, and I mean months, of training yourself to ignore all of that shit, because the problem is there were just as many people being positive than there were being negative, but the human mind is so connected to look at something that's negative, and you single it out, and that stands out. Like, it doesn't matter if you see 100 positive comments, you see one negative comment, and that completely throws, like, and in the past, like, before I meditated, that completely ruined my goddamn day. And I would be in a bad mood, and that's when I learned, like, words have power. But what's even more powerful than words having power is the power you choose to give them. And I was unknowingly choosing to let all the shit talkers have power over my emotional state of mind. But the second you look at it and you see someone talking shit and you're like, ha, and then you move on with your day. That's it. That's it. That's all there is to it. Exactly. Look, my eye. Just because some people don't follow the norm, they make you feel like you should be ashamed of yourself. And that's what I hate. It's this whole fucking tribalism that exists among the internet, where it's like, you're either for this or against that. Well, I don't know what the hell that those people are talking about. Let me figure it out on my own. Let me form my own opinion. I'm not going to say I agree or disagree just because you told me this is how the way things are. And if you don't do it, then your life is a failure. You know, that's all the shit that I've seen. Non-fucking stop. Exactly. I'm not gonna pick sides and arguments on that fucking viral video. I'm just not gonna get involved. Oh, wait, hang on. We got it. I missed out on something. So we have a new viewer, Denton Freeman. He writes, new subscriber. Great channel, love the life experience videos. Your girlfriend video hit hard, explains why it has millions of views. Have you found a girlfriend yet? I understand you're new, but I just want to let you know, Denton, I appreciate you for watching my videos. This channel is not about dating. So I only made that one video simply to let off steam. But, Denton, at the current moment, circumstances are preventing me from being able to drive for Uber again, because I was forced to return my rental car, which is the only transportation I had. And I was forced to return it to Hertz because they told me your car got sold on Hertz online car sales and they didn't have a car for me. So every single time that I have gone back to check, I have to constantly pay money. I have to pay $100 for Uber rides to go there and to come back. $50 to go there, and God willing they have a car. And then if they don't, then it's $50 again for another Uber trip to come back home and not have a car. So that's what life is like. And I cannot focus at all on dating until I get stable income. And that's what me working on this YouTube channel is all about. Is I will live stream, I will make videos of myself playing games, and I will keep doing that until the money I make from YouTube is more than the money that I would be making from Uber. But right now, at the moment, I'm stuck here. But stuck is like too bad a word. Stuck implies negativity. Let's just say I'm being grateful that I'm still here without needing to worry about working a shitty job I'm going to hate at the moment. But to answer your question, no, I don't have a girlfriend. And it's not a priority. HB says, I appreciate how rational, intelligent, and decent you are. MGG, thank you. Thanks, HB. Yes, Remo, not having a car in the US is like the metaphorical difference between life and death. Exactly. Because that's why I mentioned New York, because I always think about it. But seriously, like, me not having a car here is the whole reason why I feel like I'm held back right now. Because I don't have the money to just leave the house whenever I want to anymore. But, Kerhard, I don't know if you've known, well, you don't know this, but Cobra Strike fired me last year in September. So haven't had a band since that time. And at the current moment, I'm really not looking to be in one because I'm just trying to focus on my YouTube content at the moment. Yeah, they fired me, and the only explanation I was given was we want to be a 4-piece band. So they have one guitar. They had 2 guitar players, and I was the bass player, and the guy who was the second guitar player is now the bass player. So, but I really, other than Eric, he was here. I mean, he was in the chat room and just saying, hey, I wish you best of luck on your YouTube channel. But, there's no bad blood. or anything like that. I just haven't heard from them really since that time. But, you know, hope they're doing good. But they just, you know, haven't contacted me, really. Denton, the problem with public transportation is I live in an area where there is no public transportation. Rattlehead says Anthony seemed like, I mean, he is a nice guy. Yeah, like he's, like everyone in the band is super cool. It's just, I mean, you saw, like in the blooper footage, like how much we got along, or how much I got along with them. Like they just told me we want to be a 4-piece band. So in some ways, it might be a blessing in disguise because it's now given me more time to do this. Rattlehead says, which pizza place is the best? Well, if you're talking about Houston, the best place, in my opinion, is Grimaldi's. I don't know if Grimaldi's is still like a thing in New York, but it is the closest thing to authentic New York pizza as you're going to get in Houston, because they use it with a coal, they use the cold brick oven, and every pizza from there is fucking fantastic. Like, it spoiled the regular pizza. But speaking of pizza, actually, I watched a video on Frank's Pizza in downtown Houston. I've never seen that. Never heard of that place. Sid Hearth says, how do you get groceries? Well, my aunt gets food stamps once a month. So then we get an Uber ride to the grocery store, Uber ride coming back. That's how we get groceries. The thing, Denton, about public transportation is unless you live in the downtown Houston area, there really isn't anything outside of that. Like, you're shit out of luck when it comes to public transportation, because the only thing that I feel safe saying is that I do not live in downtown Houston. I live outside of that, and that's the only information you're going to get out of me as far as that. Well, the problem, Infinitus, is Remo, how does it feel to take an Uber as an Uber driver? It feels weird. Not gonna lie to you, it feels very fucking weird. Because I was always used to being the person driving myself everywhere. Hurley says, have you ever been to San Antonio or Corpus Christi? I have been to San Antonio, and I like San Antonio, but I've never been to Corpus Christi. No. The problem is I don't know if Instacart takes the food stamp cards, because that's how we pay for everything. But anyways, I would want to go out to the store anyway, just because there's times where I just need to restore my sanity. I just need to restore my sanity, and I want to be able to just go. I want to be able to go out of the house and be like, oh, this is what it's like. Because I can't get a shitty job at a fucking Walmart or a shitty job at a fast food place, because I would run out of all the money to go back and forth. Like, I would lose the very little money in my bank account, even just going to a fucking job interview and coming all the way back. But I wouldn't want to do that, because then that takes all the time away from this. Because I know it. I can see it getting a lot more money from YouTube than I ever could at a fucking Walmart or a fucking Taco Bell or, you know, name place here. Yeah, Carson, well, I'm not doing Uber anymore, but not by choice, but because Hertz forced me to return my rental car. So, because when they rent out cars to Uber drivers, they put those cars out at the same time for sale on Hertz used car sales, and that car got purchased. So, it's a pain in the ass, but that's the only way I know how to have a car. Sid Harth says, I'm not going to lie, America sounds worse than India. Well, I wouldn't know, because I don't have enough knowledge about what it's like to live in India, so I couldn't really speak on that. Hey, we got 37 viewers. Welcome, everybody. If I worked full-time at Walmart, then say goodbye to this YouTube channel. I'm built. See, Denton, I understand you mean well, but I have to put all my energy on this, because you can see we've got momentum building. If I stop all of that to go work full-time at Walmart, all the momentum that I've been spending the last 17 years building here will all crumble away, and then I will forever regret it. Yeah, working a call center job at a bank, spooky, sounds absolutely soul sucking for me. Exactly. Rattlehead says, I worked at Walmart for 3 months and then quit, because those types of places, you are expendable. And I hate feeling like I don't matter where I work. You know, when I'm doing this, it feels like I matter. Clearly, I'm getting feedback from people saying they enjoy the videos. We're able to continue discussions, conversations. This makes me feel valued. I will never feel valued working for a fucking franchised corporation. Spooky says you've been working at that, call center bank for 2.5 years. It's turned me into a crazy fuck more than I already was before. You see, before I started, at least I'll be leaving soon. That's great news to hear. Hope you find a better job that you enjoy a lot more, because nothing is worse in life, in my opinion, than working a job with shit pay. Or even worse than that, working a job that you fucking hate, and you're doing it because you have to, not because you want to. And that's why I quit Kroger after 4 months. It's why I quit Chick-fil-A after a month. And the day I was going to quit at GameStop, they told me,
they told me that my seasonal job already ended, because trust me, those 2 weeks during the Christmas season in December 2019 I worked at GameStop, those 2 weeks felt like 2 fucking months. I was constantly sweating my ass off every shift of every minute, or every minute of every shift. And I learned that because I was sweating so much, nobody else was. I learned that sweat all just came from nerves, from being, I don't want to fucking be here. That's what all that I was sweating more than Robin Williams during one of his stand-up shows. Like, that's how much I was sweating at Chick-fil-A. Like, my coworkers thought there was something wrong with me. But that's how fucking nervous I was, because I thought, if I fuck up any moment, I'll be shown the door. And they just put this expectation on you at Chick-fil-A that you have to be fucking perfect, or they will be, or your managers will be staring daggers through your fucking soul. And it's like, you don't, like, it's not worth getting paid fucking $9 an hour to have this amount of fucking pressure getting put on you. Fuck that bullshit. And if you work at Chick-fil-A and you're watching this and you like working at Chick-fil-A, more power to you. That shit's not for me. That's when I learned food, working a job related to food, that shit's not for me. Customers treat the public and especially employees terribly. Exactly. And yet, I'm kind of like what John Cena says. You just expect me to do everything all with a smile on my face. And yeah, exactly. Hey, Vegetarian donated $10 Canadian. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you, Vegetarian. Yeah. You know, Gary, speaking of that, you said there's people, yeah, stress and pressure to perform and get better is completely irrelevant if nothing else around you is getting better. Exactly. Because guess what? All my coworkers felt the exact same way. It's like, I hate being here. And it's like, well, I hate fucking being here too. You know? And nothing felt more soul-sucking than being 24 years old, pushing carts at Kroger, and then your coworkers keep telling you, who are younger, saying, you're old enough to be my manager. Why aren't you the manager? And I just straight up told him, kid, if I'm your fucking manager, something horrible has happened with my brain. Rattlehead says you work at Domino's. It's so funny that you mentioned Domino's though, because there's this show on Hulu that's from the History Channel called The Food That Built America. That show is like crack. Like they're able to talk about the history of all the different brands. Like they got to talk about the history of Heinz, the history of Hershey's, the history of Mars, the company that makes Milky Way and M&Ms and Snickers. They got to show them, and they got to show actors and showing actors. It's like half documentary, half like narrative series, but they got to show that, and it's fascinating stuff. Like how they showed one episode with the history of Pizza Hut and Domino's, and how they started in the Midwest, and no one in the 50s in Kansas had ever heard of pizza before. and they weren't making it Italian style because there weren't any Italians at the time living in Kansas that would know what an Americanized version of pizza would be like. But they just said, let's just make pizza our own way and sell it. And then that's when they talked about like home delivery being revolutionized. And yeah, and a story of how they came up with the Domino's 30 minutes or less guarantee was the founder of Domino's. He got so fucking upset at how he got complaints about them waiting too long for their order, saying it's been 45 minutes and my pizza's still not here. And they would just cancel the order because at the time Domino's was doing only pizza and sandwiches in the 50s and 60s until they said enough is enough. Sort of like when Cody Rhodes told John Cena to shut up. He just said enough. He just said no more sandwiches. The rest of the night we're only doing pizza. And then their sales went up. So I don't know. I just love watching history. And I'm so happy that the History Channel appears to be back because I forgot that History Channel was still making interesting documentaries about history. And so this fully brought me back on board because I remember my dad and me, we would watch the History Channel with those reenactments, and it was really cool to see. And now they did that all over again with the food that built America. And then they were doing another one called like I think it's called, I haven't seen these yet, but they've got other ones called like the mega brands that built America and stuff like that. It looks really cool. The War of... Okay, yeah, I think there was an episode about Subway, but yeah, I haven't seen that. Yeah, because they go in the episode that they had about Domino's. Yeah, he said they're making pizzas in Italy. Yeah. But you know why why their logo is like that, where they have like two circles and then they got one circle and the two different dominoes? It's because that represented their three original locations at the time. Because Domino's was named by the original owner before the founder like took it over, before the one that made it big took it over, where it was called Dominic's. And the name of the place was just called Dominic's. So they just said, welcome to Dominic's, may I take your order? And now instead they changed it. So yeah, I learned he named it to Domino's because he was just drawing out, we've got 3 locations, 3 dots. He thought, said, excuse me, it kind of looks like Domino's. Said, fuck it, that's the name. That's how they came up with the name. Yeah, it's on Hulu right now. Yeah, because they've got like 5 seasons. I'm only on season 2. But that show... And you know what else I fucking hate? That show makes me so fucking hungry. Like, when you are watching the food that built America, like, they will show you Milton Hershey, how he created the town of Hershey, Pennsylvania, and then they'll show him trying to work with chemists to create the formula for milk chocolate using fresh milk instead of powdered milk, because he wanted to supply all the dairy farmers and all of that stuff, use their milk, keep the town running. And man, it's such a good fucking show. Like, I only just started watching it, but if you guys are curious about that, like how Heinz ketchup, like I thought, like how Henry Heinz created tomato ketchup, like they said, I had no idea how innovative Henry Heinz was as like a visionary, because he's the guy who came up with a continuous flow method of manufacturing. Like, he came up with that around the same time. I heard that Henry Ford was inspired by that to create the assembly line, where Henry Heinz was the guy that invented that, and he wanted to create ketchup because sometimes, like, the meat wouldn't get cooked all the way through. And that shit I find absolutely fascinating, that in the 1800s, there were no such thing as refrigerators. There were no such things as freezers. So some meat, people would eat it, even though it got spoiled, because you didn't want it to go to waste, and you didn't want to throw it out, so you would just fucking eat it anyway. And they would use ketchup simply to just mask the taste of how bad the meat was cooked or how bad it was spoiling. So they would just like pour a bunch of ketchup on it, and that was how it started out. And now Heinz created this giant empire. And so yeah, it's very interesting to see where it all comes from. And then they showed how Kellogg's cereal was invented, because there was this guy named Dr. John Kellogg, and it was his brother Will he invented cereal by, taking corn and, crisping it up, and he created granola. And then his brother said, we should sell this. And the older brother said, no, I'm not doing that. But the other crazy thing is, the guy who created Post cereal was in there too. He was a patient at Dr. Kellogg's hospital, and he stole the fucking formula to create cereal, and he created the first cereal to market, and he created grape nuts. So Post started by stealing Kellogg's recipe. Like, how fucking nuts is that? And except he did his, and he created his cereal, and Post called it Grape Nuts. And that's how Grape Nuts got started. Exactly, Gary. It's absolutely cutthroat battling other businesses with your product. You could be out of a job in a couple years as the lifelong founder. You have to be built as a fighter. Exactly. And then they also showed the story of Ray and Dick McDonald, how they started it, and how they were just having a barbecue restaurant, and they thought, well, only our burgers are the only things that's selling right now. Why don't we just say fuck it, make all their burgers? And it's crazy though, because McDonald's was originally like Sonic. It was a drive-in, just like, because we have Sonic here in the South, in the US. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Sonic, but you would park in there, look at the menu, order, but they would complain because all of the car hops, the women delivering it were spending too much time flirting with the drivers. And they said, fuck all and the McDonald's brothers said, fuck all these bitches. We're getting rid of them. We want to come up with a new way, because people are complaining that their orders are taking too damn long. And then they invented the whole system, the whole fast food system. And then they invented the drive-through. And then, but you know what's crazy? What I learned about McDonald's is McDonald's was the OG. Like, McDonald's was Tony Stark for fast food, because what the way they created their business model is just fucking fascinating. It's how they said at first, they would sell their system of making food fast. And you want to know who was in attendance? They were giving out lessons once a week, where you would pay for the system, and then you would pay them like a percentage. So they weren't like franchising McDonald's, but they said, you can learn our fast food system of how to build a kitchen, how to teach workers how to build this stuff. And you want to know who was in attendance? The owner of Taco Bell, or the founder of Taco Bell, the founder of Burger King. they were there with the McDonald's brothers getting lessons on how to do it, and that's how they started. But then Ray Kroc comes over and says, I want to help you expand. And so he helped them expand it. And then they just said, I want to buy you guys out. And so he paid them because they didn't care about franchising. They only wanted to run their original McDonald's until he said, I want to pay for the name completely. And Ray Kroc just told him, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Or he said, congratulations, gentlemen. The entire, he said, America will never forget the name McDonald's ever again. Or America will never forget the name McDonald's. And so I don't know exactly the full story of how it ended up with the McDonald brothers, if they ended up really regretting it, which I'm sure maybe they would have, but yeah. That just made me want to go back and watch The Founder, the movie where Michael Keaton played Ray Kroc. That's sound interesting to me. HB, I have not seen Unfrosted. I remember watching it, but never finished it. But yeah, that movie is Jerry Seinfeld's directorial debut. But the thing that sucks, though, is I get so hungry and I get in the mood for that. Like when you saw Henry Hines creating ketchup, creating the very first tomato ketchup. Because before that, there were other types of ketchup made with different ingredients. And he said, I'm going to make a tomato ketchup. And seeing him in his kitchen in fucking 1886 creating it, it's like, damn, it's like, I want some fries and ketchup now. Or when I watch the history of McDonald's, like, damn, I want McDonald's. Or I look at the history of Domino's, like, damn, this is making me actually want some fucking Domino's. Or the worst one is when you look at Milton Hershey and you're like, damn, I want some Hershey's right now. Rattlehead, you bet your ass. You absolutely. Okay, Denton, stop. All right. Because Vegetarian already had to delete your messages before. I do not have the income to leave my house whenever I want. YouTube is what I want for my career, so I'm sticking with this. And no, Denton, I'm not as stupid as you think I am. Money is only one thing, because you don't have to be rich. You just have to have enough money where you can support yourself. That's all. That's all I mean when I'm talking about money. Where you can pay your bills, have enough money left over at the end of the day. Well, Snow Shark, you need to watch the rest of that. You need to watch that show because it goes all into it. It's called The Food That Built America. It's on Hulu. It's a History Channel show, but it is like one of the most impressive things I've seen in a while. Like, I loved it. It's great. Like, I was completely sleeping under a rock. Well, Denton, I apologize if I come across as aggressive. It's just normally whenever most people ask me about questions about dating and having a girlfriend and all that stuff, they are normally coming at it from an extremely toxic point of view. And so I was probably projecting there simply because the majority of people that bring up that subject are only here to insult me. So, you know. But absolutely, I am so excited for Doom the Dark Ages. That game is going to be fantastic. And it's also one of the reasons why I got an Xbox Series S, so that I don't have to pay $70 for it. I could just start playing it on Game Pass. Oh. No, it's not. The very nature of dating and relationships is saying the very nature of dating and relationships is toxic. That's a horrible mindset to have, because if you go in expecting things to be toxic, guess what? That's what you're gonna get. But I just feel like that is an extremely pessimistic way to look at it, and I don't agree with you at all, Spooky. Because if you're just assuming the very nature of dating, the subject triggers me and gets so upset because I constantly say I don't want to talk about it. And then people won't stop fucking talking about it. Because I keep telling people, this is not a dating channel. 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 And people still continue to bring it up after I repeatedly ask, we're not talking about that fucking subject. If it was wonderful, the thing is, if, oh God, see, Spooky, you're really fucking frustrating me, man. I would talk about it more if I have something to talk about regarding that subject. But I have nothing to say about it other than talking about communication and social skills and talking about what happened on the days when I had a good time going out and just talking to people. And Spooky, I am the last fucking person that needs to be talking about it. The only reason I get upset is because so many people have pessimistic, or not everyone, but a very good chunk, Spooky, have very toxic, pessimistic attitudes around the subject. And any times I would have a discussion about it, people with your attitude show up and start getting toxic. Or let's just say there's a very high chance that anytime the subject gets brought up, the chat room turns into a shit show. And that is why, and then it turns into nonstop insults back and forth. That's why I avoid talking about it on a live stream, because it's a very fucking slippery slope where all of a sudden nonstop haters start magically showing up in the chat room. And Spooky, I'm not saying you're a hater, but I'm saying there's other people who have negative views on the subject that turn it horribly. Spooky, I said, I know you're not trying to be a hater. I already said that before. Can we please fucking move on? Snow Shark, that's a very good thing to talk about. How often do you go outside besides shopping? Because I have an issue with this. I want to make more money online, as I find it as an excuse to not go outside. Pretty much, it's like you just gotta make yourself do it. There's no really other ways to talk about it. Yeah, Denton says a lot of broke people I know have girlfriends, but I guarantee you, those broke people have more than $100 in their bank account right now. Denton, I guarantee you a lot of those broke people you know who are in relationships, they probably have their own form of transportation. Well, Spooky, I would say we have different points of view on that, and that's about it. I'm getting upset about it for a different reason, because I feel like I always have to put up a fucking shield anytime that subject comes up, because I'm trying to shield myself from potential toxicity. And so I always avoid talking about it simply because, number one, I have no business talking about it because I don't have any goddamn experience. So why the fuck do you need to hear from me about it? Freezing rain and high winds. Yeah, that, I never really associate Canada as a place that's, I don't associate Canada with a place that is, what should I say? There's a place that rains a lot, but the high winds, I that definitely does sound like Canada. It does rain all the time in Canada. Okay, I see. Welcome to the stream, Jimmy. Assist God, welcome. If Assist God, if that's your name, do you happen to be a Chris Paul fan? Since he has like, I don't know if he's leading the league in assists right now, but he might be in like the top 5 for sure. He could be a John Stockton fan. That's very much true. Because I feel like I just need to go out and just have fun talking to strangers. Once I get good at that, then, having a girlfriend or being able to start dating, then I could talk about that. But until then, we're going to keep it all about the other stuff. I mean, I would imagine Canada is just like any other country. There's good people and there's bad people everywhere. Jimmy says, do I own any comic books? Yes, I do. Let's see, I've got this one, the Fantastic Four comic. I got this Fantastic Four issue from the 80s. This is another one from the 80s. I don't have a ton here, but this is the Uncanny X-Men #1, like from the new series that they were doing. This is Wolverine Deep Cut. This one is interesting because this one was written by Chris Claremont, who is the guy who I would call like the father of the modern X-Men, as the way we know them. And this one's kind of funny. This is What If Donald Duck Became Wolverine? And then this is, I don't know how rare this one is, but this is like a Punisher and Batman crossover. I haven't even read this one yet, but this is going to be very interesting. See, I'm not a person who collects comics because I want to make money off of them. I'm only doing it because I want to read where, like, the characters from my favorite movies, my favorite stories. I just want to know, read it from the source where these ideas come from, you know. This is, man, Jesus, when was this? What the fuck? This is a Daredevil comic from 1965. And Black Widow is drowning in this one. Daredevil's got to save her. Here is, I got this just because it's got a cool cover. But yeah, this is from 1984. This is, see Kingpin in the snow there? That's a pretty cool one. This is, they did a reissue of the very first Deadpool issue. So I got that. This one is very interesting. This is Blood Hunt. This is a series Marvel made where Blade, for lack of a better word, Blade turns heel. This was an awesome story. Yeah, this is Blood Hunt #1. Like, you can see a lot of the Avengers are turning into vampires. This one I haven't read yet, but I'm looking forward to getting into this one. This one is called Absolute Batman. It's a brand new, like, Elseworlds series with Batman. And this one is, that Daredevil, no, that Daredevil's not a reprint. Like, that Daredevil comic, I think I got that wrong, actually. I think that was from 1984, not 64. But that one with Black Widow drowning, that one was real. But this one is an interesting concept for Batman, because in this Absolute Batman comic, the whole point about this Batman is he's like Popeye on steroids, and he's not rich. Like, Batman just has, like, Bruce Wayne just has a normal job. So that, I found that one enticing. And then the other one was, like, before the birth of that Absolute universe. that one, they had this All In #1, which All In was like that big giant event that DC had that kicked off the beginning of the, like, because the people at the comic book shop kept telling me, make sure to read this before reading Absolute Batman #1. So this will give the birth of the All In, of the birth of, yeah, because I believe All In, that's their initiative, or that's what they call it. But, and it also came with this cool card, like this little collectible card for Batman. But yeah, that's all. Oh, whoops! And then there was like an event before that I picked up an issue of. It was called. It was called, Absolute Power Ground Zero. So these are like newer comics. Anyways, yeah, so I've got this, what they call this a short box. So this has, oh god, now I've got all this. But yeah, that's as much of like individual issues that I own. And I do own some graphic novels. I do own some graphic novels. Like, I could show you. They've got, oh man. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to sort through this out. Oh boy, I have no idea where the hell I put it. I was gonna show it to you because it was this really cool idea. Wait, is it in this bag or is it somewhere else? Or is it in here? I doubt it. No, it's not in here. Okay, well, that fucking sucks. I can't find it. But, man, I was still reading that too. But I haven't read it in fucking... I haven't read that in ages, so... Probably my fault, but... Oh, no, it's right here. They are right here. I am so glad that I didn't give up. Oh, shit. Okay, well, it's bent now, but this was a fantastic series. This is like called a trade paperback. It's called Fantastic Four. It's called Forever. It's like the first couple of issues of when the Fantastic Four, when they come back. Like, this was like in 2018. Like, this was their first, because they didn't make a Fantastic Four comic in years, and this is like the first new issues they made. So that's like the beginning of that story. But, and then there was this other one called The Little Book of Fantastic Four. Like, I was getting a lot of Fantastic Four stuff because I just haven't, like, this is like a history book, but I haven't gotten a lot of stuff. It's because I feel like the only way to experience a good Fantastic Four story right now is only through the comics. Like, I think there were a couple of animated shows, but I don't know, like, how good they were. But yeah, it's like, if you want a good Fantastic Four story, the current only medium to do that from is the comics, which is why I was getting a lot more of them recently. But I used to have a much bigger collection, Jimmy. Like, I used to take a short box and have it completely full, but when I was going to become homeless, I sold all of them because I was desperate. Yeah. And then but I do love DC. Like, I love DC. And yeah, pretty much like my collection is nothing, and I haven't bought any comic books really since, I want to say, since October. But this is All-Star Superman, and this is when they're doing this thing here called the DC Compact Comics. This is great because I would have this whenever I'm taking a break. Whenever I would take a break from Uber driving, I would leave this in the passenger seat, and when I'm waiting for passengers, I'll park in a parking lot and I'll just read this. Like, it's fantastic. But yeah, I heard James Gunn was heavily inspired by All-Star Superman, so I went out and got it. And I don't even remember what fucking part of the story I'm on. Where was it? Episode 9. Yeah. So this collects the entire story. And the thing I love too is that the whole DC Comics line, the DC Comics line is really cool because they've got like Batman Hush, which I used to own that, and I love that story. And then they have Wonder Woman, Earth 1. They have Catwoman, Trail of the Catwoman. They've got the Court of Owls. They've got Watchmen. They got Doom Patrol. So, like, these are like the other ones that they advertise in the back. Because I thought that this size was going to be kind of a pain in the ass. Like, I thought it would be a pain in the ass to read it, but it actually works out pretty well. And I heard that this was a good success for DC, doing this whole smaller, compact series line. So it makes it much easier to travel with. Like, put it in a backpack, put it in a bag, leave it in your car, pick it up and read it. It's great. But I want to make sure that I finish But yeah, I want to make sure I finish reading All-Star Superman before the movie comes out in July. All right. Jimmy says, what is your favorite comic book story that you've read? Shit. Oh man, I mean, All-Star Superman, so far, I'm like halfway through it. It's really fucking good. But I'm also really enjoying the Fantastic Four story. The one, that one by Dan Slott, like, I never got to complete it, but I also heard there's one other story one comic that I need to read, like, because I feel kind of ashamed that, not seriously, but, in a joking way, I feel kind of ashamed of myself. I don't own any Spider-Man comics, and the one Spider-Man comic that I've been hearing all the time that's like a modern classic that people like is there's this one called Spider-Man Life Story. I believe the writer for it, his name's Chip Zdarsky. I think that is a fascinating concept because it's Spider-Man starting out in 1962, but he ages in real time. So by the end of the story, it's like, I think it's like 2017 or 2018, and Peter Parker's like in his 70s. And I thought, wow, what the fuck does that look like? I want to read that. So that's like on my list. And I found a copy of it, of Spider-Man Life Story. And it starts off with him in college during the Vietnam War in the 60s. And the cool thing about it is I was at the Barnes and Noble, and I was reading it and thought, man, this is fucking good. This is some good shit. And then I put it back on the shelf and I realized I have been there for an entire hour sitting on my ass reading that book at the Barnes and Noble, sitting on the couch reading it. Man, that Jacoby, thank you for subscribing. That was fantastic. Like that, like if that's not a sign you're really into something and you just want to buy it, but I didn't because I don't really want to pay for shit in person at a bookstore. But as far as like Barnes and Noble, I think Barnes and Noble is really overpriced. Excuse me, but that's definitely the Spider-Man story I'm interested in reading. And there's a Daredevil story, because now I know that I like Chip Zdarsky as a writer. I'm really interested to see what the next one, like what his Daredevil series is like, because I heard that his Daredevil run, people really enjoyed it. Look My Eye says, I can relate to you in a lot of stuff. I just want to say I support you. A lot of people come and say, you should fix this, you should fix that, and that's fucked. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Look My Eye, I appreciate it. Oh, wow, I didn't know that there were Power Rangers comics. I did not know that, Rumham. I haven't seen Power Rangers since I was a kid, since they would play some of the... I remember I think it was Power Rangers Dino Thunder. I think that was like the new Power Rangers that was on the Disney Channel when I was a kid watching. But I think as far as other stuff, I want to remember what the name of that Daredevil comic is, because I had it saved on my Amazon list. Was yeah, it was just Daredevil by Chip Zdarsky, Volume 1. It's called No Fear. Like, and it has a cool cover too. Like, yeah, that's whoops. Yeah, like that's what the cover looks like. Looks pretty cool. And I love how you can see like the sonic waves of what would represent his hearing. I think that's pretty cool. Oh no, I've never seen Dino Thunder. Like the last time I watched any Power Rangers, I was a kid. I haven't seen anything since. And now I heard that, because then I got interested in wanting to. I got interested in wanting to learn more, and then I found out that that Chip Zdarsky is currently writing Batman right now. And so I would want to get into that, because that's the thing. Like, I buy comics to actually read them, to enjoy a good story. Because there was this other story that I read that I was so like fascinated with it. I read it from start to finish. It was oh god, what's his name? I'm forgetting the name of the writer, but it's called Batman Three Jokers. Someone also did a full animated motion comic for it with voice acting and everything. Man, that was a good fucking Joker story. It's called Batman Three Jokers. It's made by, oh god, I forget his name. Like, he's famous for like the Green Lantern run. It's shit. Yeah, and it's from DC Black Label, which is like their more, I guess, adult oriented stuff. But yeah, it's this one. It's called Batman Three Jokers. Yeah, Jeff Johns, that was the writer. Yeah. Yeah, this is like a one shot, so it's not connected to anything. It's like a standalone story. It's fantastic. Exactly, Rumham. I agree with you. He said my friend asks me why I buy comics when you can read them online for free. Exactly, it doesn't hit the same. Because I've gotten times before whenever I would go see movies in theaters in Fandango, and you would get sent like a free Marvel digital comic or a free DC digital comic on like Amazon's Comixology or something like that. And I tried looking at it. It's like, it's just tough for me. Like, I don't really like digital comics. Like, I gotta hold the fucking thing in my hands. I want to flip it. I want to smell the cover. Because smelling comic books or smelling magazines, I don't know what the hell it is, but they smell so fucking good. If Febreze made a scent of like what a brand new magazine smells like, I would buy a case of that shit in a Febreze scent. Like 100, like I would go out to Costco to buy the scent of a brand new magazine. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, actually get away from the digital shit, pick up a fucking magazine and just sniff that son of a bitch and tell me it's not one of the most refreshing scents you've ever smelled. Yeah, Scott Snyder. Yeah, because Rumham. Yeah, I heard that Scott Snyder is currently is the writer on Absolute Batman right now. And so yeah, I've never read any of a single comic from him, but I'm definitely interested in the Absolute Batman because what I think I'll do is I'll probably just because I feel like it's now because the series has been going on for a while. I think what I'll do is I'll wait until they release a trade paperback of Absolute Batman because I'll probably read the first issue just to see, but I have a feeling I'm going to be really into it and I'll probably like it and then I'll get into the full thing. Yeah, because the way that I've learned to describe it is you could think of a single writer's run on a comic book as this is a season of television. And I almost look at it like every issue is like one episode of a TV show. Yes, the new book smell, 100%. Like, you gotta have it. Like, the new book smell is more addictive than what I'd imagine cocaine would be. Like, I love that fucking smell. I love that smell so much. The smell of a brand new magazine, a brand new book. I love it. But yeah, Jacoby, when you say, am I watching the show on Disney Plus? If you're talking about Daredevil Born Again, fuck yes, I am loving Daredevil Born Again. It is fantastic. TMNT Last Ronin. Yeah, and it's crazy that the Ninja Turtles started off as a like a darker, grittier comic, and it was fascinating seeing how they turned that into a. It's fascinating how they turned it into a show for kids that became very popular. But I know that the Turtles started off as black and white comics. And I think that those comics would be hard for me to read just because if it's in black and white, I wouldn't be able to tell who is who in the comic. Like, which one's Raph, which one's Leo, which one's Donnie, which one's Mikey. It would be hard for me to tell who is who in those original black and white Turtles comics. But I also heard that Batman versus the Ninja Turtles is a very fun movie, which I definitely want to get into that. It's interesting though, because I like to look at the animated shows for comic books, like any of the animation. I view it as a completely separate entity than I look at the movies. Because I feel like looking at the animated stuff is looking at the animated stuff looks very it feels like you're a lot closer to the comics. And yeah, but I would say like DC so far, like Marvel's getting there with animation. But for years, DC has been like leagues ahead when it comes to their animated shows or movies. But I remember, though, my introduction to Deadpool was Hulk versus Wolverine in that animated movie, where Steve Blum was Wolverine. I thought that was really good. Exactly, Rumham. Rumham says something I've kind of grown tired of is making everything dark and edgy. People are complaining about this new Spider-Man not being dark enough when we have multiple evil Superman clones in entertainment. Yes. This is why I'm so excited for James Gunn's Superman movie. Like, you know what being dark and gritty is now? Being light and positive. That's what I'm looking forward in this new Superman movie. You can make a Superman movie where Superman is light. Superman is the shining, radiant beacon of positivity. And you can still make a good story. You can still have stakes. You can still... Pretty much what I'm trying to say is, I want Superman to be Superman. I want Superman to be a babyface again. And guess what? I am a Cody Rhodes fan. I don't want Cody to turn heel. That's why I feel like having Cody remain a babyface, but have John Cena become a heel, then that becomes much more engaging storytelling. Just like you can tell a Superman story that's still engaging. Like, I firmly believe James Gunn is gonna knock this movie out of the fucking park. And guess what? If you want dark, look at Daredevil. Darker character. It works for him. Punisher. Dark character. It works for him. But what I did enjoy, and this is not a spoiler because this is just a small tiny thing, but in episode 2 of Born Again, Kingpin gives a shout out to Spider-Man. And I thought, oh shit, are we finally going to get Spider-Man meeting Vincent? Are we going to get Tom Holland's Spider-Man finally meeting Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin. Like, even if it's just a small thing in Spider-Man 4, I would love that so much. Because I always look... Because I got introduced to Kingpin as a Spider-Man villain. But it really wasn't until the Netflix series, the original Netflix run, when I felt like Kingpin really was a huge Daredevil villain. But I'm excited to see what goes on with Muse Unborn Again. Like, just that one scene alone that we got from him, just teasing him. Like, he seems to be pretty fucking evil. So I can't wait for that. But yeah, I love comic books, in case you didn't know. Look at this. I'm wearing red, and I'm talking all about Daredevil and Spider-Man. No, Denton. No one took, it was an old 80-year-old person that took his shit and it dried on the seats across from me, and I could smell something, and I thought, man, there was somebody who hasn't put on deodorant. Then I learned, oh, it's dried shit. That's what that comes from, Denton. Holy shit, the live stream has had a total of 512 viewers. That is amazing. But I still remember doing this live stream where I talked for like 7 hours over there in the living room. And that live stream and ended up getting like 1,000 viewers when it was done. Like, I find that to be fascinating. Yep, we are now at 513 viewers. So that's great. Yeah, thank you, anyone that watches. Because when I started, I thought it would be impossible to get any videos that get 100 views. Like, I remember when getting 100 views was a huge fucking deal. Oh, Magneto is robbing a bank because there was no gold or coins. Ha! Interesting. Smiling Turtles has ever touched the Spawn No, I've never read the Spawn comics. I remember watching the HBO animated show. I think I saw maybe 2 episodes of that, but I really don't have much knowledge with Spawn. I remember they were going to, a few years ago, they announced that there was going to be a Spawn movie with Jamie Foxx playing Spawn. And I thought that was pretty interesting. But I guess that movie's in development hell or something. Yes, exactly, Rumham. The MCU relied too much on comedy. The DCEU was just dark and edgy. Comics have the ability to do the right amount of both. 100%. Absolutely. Rattlehead says, have I ever read Berserk? Isn't that the comic book that Keanu Reeves made? I think that was the name of it. I don't know. Yeah, they were trying to make a new movie. No. Oh, if someone was shitting next to someone was sitting next to me at the waiting room and they took a shit and that shit rubbed on me, oh, that person wouldn't be walking out alive. Just kidding. Oh, Berserk. Okay, that's something else. I see. Yeah, Clinton, I went to the hospital last year in March, almost exactly a year ago now. And yeah, while I was in the waiting room, someone took a shit across like on the other bench across, and it looked like it was probably an 89-year-old that did it. Will I be watching Lazarus? I don't know what that is. But well, anyways, guys, I just want to say thank you so much for watching this live stream. But I got to go now. But it was great talking to everyone, and I'll yeah, I will live stream tomorrow. Unless something big happens that stops me from doing it, but I'll be here tomorrow. All right. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye.